Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us for the meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and I am the president of the board. Today is Saturday, November the 8th, 2025, and we're commencing this meeting at 9:06 a.m. I would ask all of us to please turn all cell phones to silent to decrease interruptions. Additionally, when board members or staff are not speaking, please remember to mute the microphone in front of you to eliminate any interference or side dialogue being heard. For those participating remotely, please log on to the WebEx website, location provided on the posted agenda for this meeting. Instructions to connect to the meeting are provided with the meeting materials. The preferred audio connection is via telephone conference and not the microphone and speakers on your computer. The phone number and access code are provided as part of the connection to the meeting. There is also a physical meeting location for meeting participation in Sacramento at the DHBC headquarters building in the first floor hearing room. This is an official business meeting of the Dental Hygiene Board of California. When referencing the term board, it also includes the board's committees for today's meeting. We will start the meeting with the Legislation and Regulatory Committee and then move on to the Education Committee and full board meeting. Once they begin, we will proceed through the items as listed on the agenda. However, the president and the chairs have the discretion to take items out of order if warranted. This will be announced if the need arises. We have worked in scheduled breaks at 10:30 for 15 minutes, and then 12 to 1 for lunch, 1 hour, and at 2, 15 minutes, if needed for relief time. There will also be a short break in between each committee meeting and full board meeting to provide staff time for setup. I would like to announce that there is not a closed session for this meeting and was only indicated on the agenda as a placeholder. Also, I'd like to remind all members that the board's focus and resulting discussions and actions should be focused on consumer protection and not dental hygiene profession issues, since it's part of our mission and mandate. The board welcomes public comments on any item on the agendas, and it is the board's intent to ask for public comments prior to the board taking action on any agenda item. However, the board asks that the public comments pertain to the current agenda item only, as it is being discussed during the meeting. Public comment is not intended to initiate discussion on the topic or topics not related to the agenda item, but an opportunity for the public to express their opinion for the board's consideration. Questions asked during public comment may or may not be answered at the board's discretion, especially if the question pertains to an item not on the agenda where the board may not discuss it. The board does provide an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that is not on the meeting agendas, which is normally agenda item 2. Any items about pending enforcement action will not be addressed and should not be communicated to the executive officer or staff outside the meeting. I'd like now to ask the DCA moderator to please explain how public comments will be taken during this WebEx meeting.
Thank you, Madam President. Before we get started, I would like to remind board members and staff who are not speaking to mute their microphones during today's meeting. If there are members of the public in the audience and meeting minutes are being taken, so we ask that members and staff please identify themselves before speaking. For the purposes of today's meeting, when the board president opens for public comment, members of the public who would like to provide public comment at our Sacramento location can approach a table and microphone at the front of the room. For those joining us on WebEx, we will be utilizing the hand raise feature. When public comment is called, you can raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing on *3. After we have taken public comment from our Sacramento locations, I will call on those individuals requesting comment through WebEx. And with that, I return the floor back to you, Madam President.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to have Executive Officer Anthony Lum provide direction and logistics for the meeting in the event we need to evacuate the building.
Good morning, everyone. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer of the Dental Hygiene Board. Just some with logistics for the mostly in-person people here in the building. Just in case of an emergency, this building is structured kind of like a cross, where each end of the point of the cross is actually an exit point. So if we are asked to leave the hearing room or need to evacuate for some reason, the preferred area is to head out the hearing room, go to the right, and exit out to the parking lot. But if you are, say, in the restroom or something like that and need to evacuate, there are exits at the end of each hallway. The second important update I want to say is where the bathrooms are located. There's small bathrooms across the hall from the hearing room, and there's also a second set of bathrooms across the atrium, straight across. You go out the hearing room, make a left, go across the atrium, and there's a second set of bathrooms across that way. So if there's any questions, you can always come up and ask. But I turn the floor over back to the president. Thank you.
Okay, we will now move on to agenda item 1, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee agenda.
This is Anthony Lum. I'd like to ask all the members who are not on the Leg Committee to have a seat in the audience, please.
Good morning. My name is Michael Long, and as the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Chair, I would like to call our committee meeting to order. The time is 9:14 a.m., and I would like to ask board staff Crystal thank you, to call roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Present.
Julie Elginer,
Present.
Joanne Pacheco.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item Leg 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Legislation and Regulatory Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included in this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on agenda of future meeting. Are there any public in-person comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? TCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. Just a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes to talk, and I will give you a 15-second warning. And I see we have a raised hand from Diane Reese. Diane, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself. Go ahead and click on it when you see it. All right, Diane Reese, we're going to send you that message again. So when you see a prompt to unmute yourself, go ahead and click on it. All right, Diane Reese, I'm not seeing you unmute yourself, so I'm going to assume you're having trouble with that. I will open up the chat briefly, and you can type your comment there. Hold on just a moment. All right, Diane Reese, the chat has been activated. If you click on the chat icon, you can type your comment there. All right, this is the moderator. I'm not seeing any typing, so I'm going to assume that perhaps Diane changed her mind or raised her hand in error. I'm not seeing any other requests for comments, so Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 3, update and regulatory town hall meeting minutes for 16 CCR sections 1116 and 1116.5. This is informational only. I'd like to ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. For this agenda item, what staff has been receiving over the past few board meetings and actually in the office are comments in regards to these regulatory packages that we're revising. And so with all the comments that we received from licensees, so the registered dental hygienist and alternative practice, I thought it'd be a good idea to host a town hall meeting. So that way we get direct input from them and they have communications with us and can state their information and claims of why they're for or against our revisions in the regulations. So we hosted this on September 12th, and we had really good turnout as far as the number of licensees who had comments to make. And with the comments that were made, we did take some revisions into consideration, and those will be discussed in the next agenda item when we go over the regulations. However, what's in the board meeting materials, it's on pages 8 through 11, are the meeting minutes from the town hall meeting. So those are there for your review. This item is informational only, and I turn it back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any Ledge Reg Committee member discussion? Yes.
I had an opportunity to participate as part of that, and I want to just encourage additional opportunities to host town halls, particularly for areas where there is a strong desire for engagement and participation. Both Michael and I were on that 2+ hour conference call and had an opportunity to listen and to just collect information. So to the extent that as we continue to go forward, there are opportunities for future town halls, I want to encourage the board to continue to use that as an approach. So thank you again, Tony, for hosting that and for the staff for your engagement, Dr. Petty and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Elginer. And I agree with your comments. It was I enjoyed the opportunity to be on the town hall meeting and to hear input from the public. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comments?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on agenda item 3, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see a raised hand from Jeanette Diaz Oliveira. Jeanette, you should see a prompt to unmute yourself.
Hi, this is Jeanette Diaz Oliveira. I just want to say thank you for hosting the town hall meetings. I would also like to see these continue. I think we had great engagement and good attendance. So I just want to say thank you again for having those. Thank you.
And this is the moderator. I see no further requests for public comment. So Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 4, Discussion and possible action on amendments to California Code of Regulations, CCR, Title 16, Sections 1116, Mobile Dental Hygiene Clinics, issuance of approval, and 1116.5, Registered Dental Hygienist in Alternative Practice, Physical Facility Registration. I would like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Long. On January 1st, 2025, California Code of Regulations, Title 16, Section 1116.5, went into effect for the registration of physical facilities by registered dental hygienists in alternative practice. Subsequently, the Dental Hygiene Board of California was informed about some confusion regarding the requirements for registration of physical facilities as a standalone practice versus registration of physical facilities to maintain portable equipment for registered dental hygienists in alternative practice. While preparing the package for submission, for department review and public comment, the board staff became aware of conflicting definitions in the regulatory text and in the underlying statute. Prior to the board's July 19th, 2025 meeting, board staff received additional information and public comments. The Legislation and Regulatory Committee tabled the discussion and allowed a town hall meeting to occur on September 12th, 2025. The goal of this meeting was to obtain stakeholder input so staff may put forth regulations that are easily understood and implemented, as regulations provide specific direction for board staff to implement the provision of broad-based laws and the legislature approved. So if you will refer to page 15 of the legislation and regulatory meeting materials, you will see the proposed text for 1116 for mobile dental hygiene clinics, as well as I'm scrolling, as well as the form for mobile dental hygiene clinics. You will see starting on page 23. You will also see the language for 1116.5 for physical facilities. That starts on page 29. And the form for physical facilities can be found starting on page 37. So I can take you through all the changes that were suggested. Okay, so the first change that was identified is on page 16 of the board meeting materials. So it's section A9. There was a concern about diagnoses, which conflicts with the statutory definition that is allowed for dental hygienists in alternative practice. So we struck diagnoses and added care plan. That's the first change. You'll see some other changes on page 16. That is because anytime there's an amendment to a form, we have to indicate that the forms, the old form, new 11 of 2022, will be amended to 11 of 2025. The other change is on page 19. It is D3. Oh, no, it got struck from H to D4. Sorry. If an RDH administers local anesthesia or performs soft tissue curettage pursuant to section 1118, an RDHAP shall have available the self-contained portable emergency oxygen unit and so forth. That is because if a registered dental hygienist in our alternative practice, an RDHAP, does not provide local anesthesia, then it would not have to be utilized by the AP. Then we changed 4 to 5 and then 5 to 6. Those are just simply number changes. Again, you'll see amended language on page 20, 21, 22. And then we had to add 1908 because we do reference 1908 with the diagnoses. Then on the form, you'll see on page 24, we added, because there was confusion with the NA boxes, we made a third column and included the NA box and changed language to make it a little bit more clear, so they would check the NA box instead of yes or no. We did the same on the top of page 25, changing the NA box. We did a few other changes in the language just to make it more clear. We also added on page 26, if the RDHAP does not provide radiographic services, check the NA box, then they would not have to meet the radiographic operatory requirements. We also have some minor grammar changes. And then the change on page 27 to question number 28. Again, if a RDHAP does not administer local anesthesia or perform soft tissue curettage, they do not have to have the emergency oxygen unit. So we also added a third column for NA. So if they do not administer local anesthesia, they could check the NA box. We added section 1118 because of the soft tissue curettage. We added that into the acknowledgement on number 29. So that is all the changes for mobile dental hygiene clinics. Any questions thus far? No? Oh. Yeah, just questions so far. Okay. So then the text for physical facilities, you'll see the change on page 30. In A7, diagnoses is changed to care plan. And then we also changed the language on number A8 for physical facility means either a fixed structure in which dental hygiene services are rendered or where portable equipment is maintained. And then we added a physical facility where services are rendered must be located in a dental health professional shortage area as certified by the Department of Healthcare Access and Information pursuant to Business and Professions Code sections 1926, 1926.01, and 1926.05. So that was for clarity. We then had, again, some minor grammar changes. And on page 33, we also added that for RDHAPs who utilize portable equipment and do not maintain a physical facility for patient treatment, sections C, E, and G do not apply. That means they don't have to have an ADA accessible facility because it is just to maintain portable equipment. E is have toilet facilities for the public, and then F is for, G is an AED. So if the physical facilities is only to maintain portable equipment, they do not have to have those three requirements. And then we also added same thing as in mobile dental hygiene clinics. If an RDHAP administers local anesthesia or performs soft tissue curettage, that is when they would need an emergency oxygen kit. And so we fixed that as well. There are further just changes from amended to new or new to amended, as well as on page 36, there are just some authority references and business and profession code references that we included because of changes. The form is reworded to make it more clear. So there is no fee for registration or renewal of a primary physical facility or for a physical facility to maintain portable equipment. So we changed the language to make it a little bit more clear what this form is for. And then we made the corresponding changes on the bottom of page 37, and it continues on to the top of 38. Once the changes occur, it will shorten up. So we struck out and we put new registration for a physical facility to maintain portable equipment, or for the primary physical facility, or for an additional physical facility. And then we have a renewal line. So if you renew, you just have to put the physical facility number. So we also defined physical facility. Please note, a physical facility is defined in 16 CCR section 1116.5 as a fixed structure in which dental hygiene services are rendered or where portable equipment is maintained. This way, to make sure that it's clear what these facilities are required as. We also, at the bottom of page 38, we put a note: at the time of registration, the location shall be located in a dental health professional shortage area as certified by the Department of Healthcare Access and Information pursuant to BPC sections 1926, 1926-01, and 1926-05. And we also put not applicable to physical facility to maintain portable equipment registration or renewal. So we wanted to make sure that only the physical facilities that provide patient services have to be located in an HCI professional shortage area. If they're just maintaining physical portable equipment, that could be anywhere they want. We made some more minor changes. We added a third column and changed the NA box just to make it more clear where they have to tick on page 39. And then page 40, we, again, if the physical facility is only to maintain portable equipment, or if they do not provide radiographic services, they check the NA box and that's not required. Also on question 21, same thing. If it's an ADA accessible facility, only is required if they are renewing the registration or applying for registration of a physical facility to treat patients. If it's just to maintain portable equipment, it's an NA. Top of page 41, we again wanted to clarify that 23 for toilet facilities does not apply to physical facilities that only maintain portable equipment. We added the same thing with the AED. If it's only to maintain portable equipment, they check the NA box. And then if they administer local anesthesia, they are required to have the emergency oxygen kit. However, if the physical facility is only to maintain portable equipment, or if the physical facility the RDHAP does not administer local anesthesia, they are to check the NA box. We added, again, business and professions code sections due to the changes. And that is it for the changes. So I know that was a lot to take on, but we're done.
Thank you, Dr. Petty.
Thank you.
And I'd just like to say, I appreciate the opportunity to work with you on this material.
It was a pleasure to work with you as well.
Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and make a motion.
Pacheco, Motion for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to recommend to the full board to approve the proposed amended language and form for 16 CCR sections 1116 and 1116.5, and to direct staff to submit the text to the Director of the Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business, Consumer Services, and Housing Agency for review. If the board does not receive any comments, providing objections or adverse recommendations specifically directed at the proposed action to the procedures followed by the board in proposing or adopting the action, the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or non-substantive changes to the package, and to set the matter for the hearing if requested. If after the 45-day public comment period, no adverse comments are received and no public hearing is requested, the board authorizes the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proposed regulations as described in the text notice for 16 CCR sections 1116 and 1116.5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Elginer, second.
Thank you. Is there any committee member discussion?
Just again, other to thank Mr. Long and Dr. Petty for working on this. Thank you very much.
I do want to talk about the strike of diagnoses and care and the addition of care plan. It's still, even by striking diagnosis and adding care plan, it's not complete what the dental hygienist does in this language. And I'm not sure how to go about this, but I'd like to substitute care plan for dental hygiene process of care, which I believe is more, it's relative to what we're teaching our dental hygiene students. And it encompasses these steps that we're laying out here. But as it's currently written, even with the addition, it's not as comprehensive as it could be if we use the word process of care. So I'd like to amend the motion. If that's.
I think you guys could probably start discussing it first, and then if that's the agreement to amend the motion at that point.
Thank you.
So what I'm hearing you say in both the mobile dental and the physical facility language, I'm hearing you say let me, give me 1 second. I'm so sorry. What I'm hearing you say is in A9, you wanted to say patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the mobile dental hygiene clinic related to medical history, dental hygiene evaluations, dental hygiene process of care, dental hygiene procedures, and treatment.
May I interrupt you?
Yes.
I believe we can end right after. Let me read this.
Okay.
Patient treatment records shall include patient's dental history maintained by facility related to dental hygiene process of care. Because medical history, dental evaluation, the care plan, all of that's covered
Okay.
under process of care.
Okay.
Through the rest of that section.
So end right here.
Sure, everything referenced there is part of the process of care.
So you're saying patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the mobile dental hygiene clinic related to the dental hygiene process of care, period. Yes. And then strike everything after that.
1 second. Yes.
Does and I want to make sure because it's been a while, the documented consultations, is that part with other dental care and healthcare providers and referrals? Is that part of the dental hygiene process of care?
Evaluation, documentation, records of findings, interventions, and outcomes in the patient's chart. Good point. Doesn't reference.
Mr. Long,
Yes.
this is President Pacheco. Can you give me a definition for the dental hygiene process of care?
There's steps that are involved with the dental hygiene process of care. I don't find a true definition.
So are we talking about ADPIDE?
Yes, correct.
So the algorithm for dental hygiene.
That's correct. ADPI is a reference, I believe, to dental hygiene.
You're going back to the textbook.
Yeah, exactly. Going back to the textbook.
Yeah.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a small comment on this is that if you go use the acronym of that's suggested in regards to the process of care, one, we don't have the definition for that, but also in using the acronym that's presented,
There's no acronym. We're not going to use an acronym. I think
just process of care.
Process of care. Remember, Pacheco is referring to dental hygiene education material, where we do use an acronym, but it covers the same information. So I would not use an acronym here.
Okay. Well, the reason why the language is spelled out with so many things listed is because we don't have a clear definition of process of care. So that's why we went to the lengths of defining and delineating all of the following aspects. So that way it's clear of what entails that dental hygiene care plan. Thank you.
I think that's a good point. Elizabeth Dietzen-Olsen, Regulations Council, because although these regulations are for the regulated community, the dental hygienist, it's also for the public. So something to consider if you started out with dental hygiene process of care and then added which includes more of the details,
Okay.
that might be a way to get to,
Okay.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that same thing. As someone who is not a licensed dental hygienist, I don't know what is included specifically with process of care. I know what my own personal experience is when I go to have my teeth cleaned by a dental hygienist, but I don't understand because I have not received the dental hygiene educational pathway. So I would be supportive of process of care, and as our council just recommended, which includes the following as a suggestion.
Very good.
So I think I would suggest at this point, if there isn't any more discussion with the members, if you want to open it up to the public to get more feedback.
Yeah. Any in-person discussion? I see two of you coming at the same time.
Am I first? Yes. Yes. I I appreciate the discussion and love the alternative there with the quotations or the whatever parentheses. And so are we just discussing that issue, or are we discussing the entire form?
I think the entire proposal
The entire
is
proposal?
for the public comment.
Okay. So then I'll move on then. So I think you know my concern about improving the process, which is part of your goal, and efficiency and everything. So I'm still wondering why there are not two forms to make it more clear. I appreciate what Dr. Petty has done, and it certainly is an improvement, but there must be something that I do not understand. Is there some reason why it has to be just one form? And then my question, and I don't know if it's appropriate, so please tell me if it's not. I would like to know the purpose of the form and what the data, how the data is going to be used. Is that appropriate to ask? That's my question.
Would you also identify yourself, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
Susan McLaren from the California Dental Hygienists Association.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
I'm okay if they want to respond to the question or if I should just go right in. Okay, cool. Thanks. Good morning.
Sorry to, Susan, may I just ask a clarification question? So I want to understand what you're asking. You're asking for two separate forms, is that correct?
Yes, one for mobile clinics that are vans.
Yes.
And the other for the portable ones that are housed usually in a person's domicile.
Why do you think that the two forms would be necessary as opposed to what is contained within here?
Well, it might not be depending on what the purpose of the form is. If it is to find out where people are and to collect data on where they are and where their equipment is, then I think in terms of efficiency, is somebody going to go through this whole form and go, okay, this person is here and this, and maybe make a spreadsheet? I don't know what the purpose of the form is and how it's going to be used. Is it a legal thing? Do you have to have it both in one form? It just seems to me clarity. If I'm a person who has just portable equipment in my home, this is my form. I'm going to fill it out. It's all applies to me. And then the other form for a person who has a mobile clinic, which is a much fewer number. The whole thing talks about mobile. That's the title. And yet most of the people who are going to be filling out this form actually have portable equipment. So it just seems to me it would be more efficient in terms of whatever data collection you're trying to do if you had two forms, one for each situation.
Thank you for clarifying.
So
Does that
Susan,
answer your question?
there are two forms. There's one form for mobile dental, and then there's one form for physical facilities. The physical facilities has physical facilities where they're, in
Right.
practice,
Yes, I understand.
and then
Yes.
and then also to register.
My apologies. I meant the physical building one versus the portable one.
Okay.
Forget the mobile clinic thing. Sorry, I misspoke. Is that clear? Since I misspoke, does that clear it up?
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Tukas Okai from the California Dental Association. I'm going to primarily speak on the new proposal being considered for the dental hygiene care plan, and just wanted to share that from the feedback at the very engaging 2-hour session, there is a lot of interest in a future proposal for how dental hygienists do their diagnostic plan or their care plan, and as we're looking at new language and the definitions of what would be included for the new language being proposed, I do think NCDA would recommend to maintain the language as it's currently written, and then in the future, when there wants to be an amendment, to not have too many different definitions already in regulatory language and with this proposal. So I would recommend to maintain it as it is and look to the future to eventually look at amending language in like a future sunset bill, or when we're able to adjust the regulatory language as a whole and not, I would say, introduce new language that is not currently defined in statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more in-person comments? Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on Ledge Reg item 4, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. I do see we have a raised hand from Diane Reese. So Diane, you should see a request to unmute. And Diane Reese, I know you've had trouble previously with unmuting yourself. I'll try sending that message to you again. There you go. Diane, you are unmuted.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. So I'm Diane Reese, RDHAP, and my question is regarding these forms and the definition of portable versus mobile. And I heard Susan say that mobile means it's a van with wheels that you're keeping your equipment on all the time. And my understanding is portable means you're bringing your equipment into a facility. And I want to make sure that's clear on these forms. And as far as mobile, you know, who to contact regarding information on setting those up. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
All right, this is a moderator. I see no further requests for comments. So I misspoke. I have a raised hand now. Jeanette Diaz Oliveira, you should see a prompt to unmute. Go ahead and click on that.
Hi, this is Jeanette Diaz Oliveira. I am in support of striking the dental hygiene care plan and replacing it by dental hygiene process of care. I understand there isn't a current definition, but I believe that we can provide a definition by including the components, laying them out in just like we're currently listing other things that are included that must be included. And I also want to comment, I'm hearing things on the difference between mobile and portable dental hygiene practice. And I guess my question is, do we have a definition for a portable dental hygiene practice, or are portable included in this mobile dental hygiene clinic? Because as defined, the mobile dental hygiene clinic is a self-contained facility that can be moved, towed, or transported, which doesn't quite sound like it would encompass the portable equipment. I hope that makes sense. I guess that's my question. Do we have a definition for portable dental hygiene clinic or practice? Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. It's my understanding that we do have a definition for portable dental. Dr. Adina Petty.
So it's defined in 1116.5A9. Portable equipment means any tool, instrument, or device used by an RDHAP to provide dental hygiene services designed for and capable of being carried or moved from one location to another.
Thank you.
All right, this is a moderator. I see no further requests for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you.
I'd like to move to amend the original motion and replace throughout the proposed legislative package, replace the words care plan with process of care, which includes. So specifically on, let's see, 1116A9, subsection 9, it would apply there. And I'm also scrolling, Dr. Petty, to find where else. Sorry. 116.5A7. I believe those are the two.
Elizabeth Dietzen-Olsen, Regulations Council. I just wanted to clarify that I think what the agreed language was, patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the MDC related to dental hygiene process of care, which includes medical history, dental hygiene evaluations, dental hygiene procedures and treatment, response to dental hygiene treatment, documented consultations with other dental care and healthcare providers, and referrals for dental care and healthcare follow-up treatment.
Thank you. Can I second? Yeah, I'll second the amendment. Long. Yeah. Is there any? Oh, second, Long, second the amendment. Is there any board discussion? I'm sorry, committee discussion? Any in-person discussion? Is there any WebEx public comment? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a question for Chair Long. We did have a original motion
Correct.
on the floor and it was seconded. We may want to, just for the record, ask the original motion maker if she's in agreement with the amended proposal. Thank you.
I believe the motion was moved by Member Pacheco.
Can you please read back the language for me that was inserted?
Would you like to start with how it's originally proposed, just to hear it, and then the amended version?
Yeah.
So as it's written now, what we agreed to before this meeting, patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the MDHC related to medical history, dental hygiene evaluations, dental hygiene care plan, dental hygiene procedures and treatment, responses to dental hygiene treatment, documented consultations with other dental care and healthcare providers, and referrals for dental care and healthcare follow-up treatment. The amended motion for today, the language would read as, patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the MDHC related to dental hygiene process of care, which includes medical history, dental hygiene evaluations, dental hygiene procedures and treatment, response to dental hygiene treatment, documented consultations with other dental care and healthcare providers, and referrals for dental care and healthcare follow-up treatment. So my understanding is the concern was the current, what we have in law now, dental hygiene diagnoses, was what we were addressing with changing diagnoses to care plan. So that would come out, and the scope would be dental hygiene process of care, with more detail providing what that means.
I guess I'm looking for the word assessment.
And I don't think that has been discussed. Right.
So assessment is included in the care plan.
Evaluations is included, but not assessments.
So if diagnoses is taken out,
Assessment instead of care plan?
I think assessment is then to be assumed that it's part of the care plan.
Okay, so would you?
So I'm looking at, as an educator, I'm looking at the language for the dental hygiene process of care. And in the textbook, it would read ADPIDE is the algorithm for dental hygiene. So the algorithm would read assessment, diagnose, plan, implement, evaluate, and document, ADPIDE. So that is the dental hygiene process of care. So if we're taking out the word diagnose and inserting care plan. So if that's the intent, I'm good with that.
I think that was the concern that we were trying to address, because the underlying statute specifically says that dental hygienists cannot diagnose. And so that was the change that we were making. From what I'm hearing, I think you would like to include dental hygiene assessment in lieu of dental hygiene care plan.
I would like to see it before care plan and include care plan. So yes.
Do you want, instead of evaluations, assessments?
No, evaluation is at the end. We need to assess in the beginning.
Okay, would you want it to read? Patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the facility / mobile dental hygiene clinic, depending on which language, related to the dental hygiene process of care, which includes medical history, dental hygiene assessments, dental hygiene dental hygiene care plan, dental hygiene procedures and treatment, response to dental hygiene treatment, documented consultations with other dental care and healthcare professionals, and referrals for dental care and healthcare follow-up treatment.
That would be perfect.
Okay. Yeah, so hang on. Hang on. Let me. So do you want evaluations in there anywhere?
I think you said something about follow-up.
Yes.
Yeah, and
Okay.
that's the evaluation part.
So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be striking evaluations at the beginning, putting in assessments. And I'll read it again just to make sure I captured everything.
Thank you.
Dental hygiene care plan.
Process of care.
I'm sorry, this is taking me a second.
No, this is important work. Thank you.
Okay, so it's going to read, patient treatment records shall include the patient's dental history maintained by the facility or mobile dental hygiene clinic related to the dental hygiene process of care, which includes medical history, dental hygiene assessments, dental hygiene care plan, dental hygiene procedures and treatment, response to dental hygiene treatment, documented consultations with other dental care and healthcare providers, and referrals for dental care and healthcare follow-up treatment.
Perfect.
Wait.
Evaluation was removed?
Yes, so because evaluation, when it was originally written, evaluation was in, it's supposed to be assessment. It was supposed to be the assessments, but assessments is a better word to use.
She put response to treatment,
Right.
which would be evaluation.
Okay, right. Unless you want evaluations there instead. It's up to you.
I'll defer to my colleagues with dental
I
hygiene.
think response to
expertise and
treatment
training?
is appropriate.
Okay.
Okay. So that language is okay?
Yes.
I think you should open up to public comment.
Any more board comments? Is there any in-person public comments? I don't see any. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. I do see a raised hand from Jeanette Diaz Oliveira. Jeanette, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, this is Jeanette Diaz Oliveira. I am in support of the updated amendment here. I think this aligns better with what dental hygienists do, especially the registered dental hygienists in alternative practice. So thank you.
Thank you.
And I see no further requests for comments, so I return the floor back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, DCA moderator. I would now like to ask Crystal to call roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Reg 5, regulatory update, status of Dental Hygiene Board of California regulatory packages. And I would like to ask Dr. Adina Dell to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair Long. So if you refer to page 45 of the roll-up materials, the current packages are kind of in limbo right now. 1116 and 1116.5, you just approved it. 1105.2, that's in process. And there's been quite a bit going on. So we're going to be working on some other packages that will be coming up as well.
Sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Is there any board discussion?
Dr. Petty, I just have a quick question.
Sure.
I noticed that the chart includes regulation dating back to proposed language from 2019. I'm curious, what is the cutoff, like when some of these things start rolling off? Are we intending to have 5 years worth of regulations that we're sharing, or is there a specific cutoff at which we start to roll off some of these regulations that we've promulgated over the last 5 years?
It's simply, it was a running list and I can adjust it to however the board wants me to report it.
No, I appreciate it, given the fact that I've been on this board for a year, so it gives me some historical context, but I was just curious if there was a process by which we started rolling some of these things off. That's all.
I can roll it
Okay.
off whenever you'd like. No problem.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Once it reaches 15 pages, then we'll start rolling them off. No, well, reasonable amount of time is like 5 years probably. So we'll start rolling them off. Okay.
Is there any more committee member discussion?
I just want to mention one thing, sorry, because I think this is a really helpful list. There was quite a backlog for quite some time, and the board has done a really excellent job getting through a lot of the regulations, thanks to Dr. Petty and all of you, of course. So I just wanted to mention that, especially during the pandemic, there was a lot that just got pushed aside. Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on Reg item 5, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 6, discussion and possible action on proposed amendments to Business and Professions Code. A, add section 1915.a, dental hygiene students participating in sponsored health events, access to care. Little b, amend section 1926.3, RDH APs to report working locations for board statistics. Little c, amend section 1941, accrediting agencies for dental hygiene educational programs. And little d, add section 1961.5, post-board enforcement actions on website and executive officer citation removal. I would like to ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Long. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. For this agenda item, it's on pages 49 to 56. And this language was actually presented to the board last year in hopes of pursuing legislation. Unfortunately, I was unsuccessful in obtaining a sponsor or author for this language. So we did a little bit of revisions to it, and I wanted to present it back to the Ledge Reg Committee and hopefully ultimately the board to reaffirm that that's the direction that we want to go into. And just a quick summary of each of these items is that a couple of years back, dental students were allowed to, in law, were allowed to participate in like health fairs and things like that and provide their dental services. And it was brought to my attention, and it was a great idea to have dental hygiene students be able to do the same thing. We currently don't have anything in law that allows them to do it, and the provisions that were there before for sponsored free healthcare clinics expired. So what we did was we basically paralleled the language that's for the dental students and focused it for the dental hygiene students to be able to participate and offer their services, gain experience, and also give back to the community. So that section is 1915.1 and A on page 48 of the Ledge Reg materials. The second item, the RDHAPs to report working locations for board statistics. This is something that we've never been able to accumulate, even trying to contact RDHAPs to offer information. So we thought a good idea was to make it so that way they can report their work locations for our board statistics to report out to all of you, have them complete where their work locations are at each license renewal. So that way we can maintain some statistics, because currently, as you'll see when we get to the full board, we have statistics of RDHAP locations, but we use their residential address for that information. We don't know their work location. So I think obtaining their work location identifiers would help out to more accurately represent what the distribution is in the state. The third item, item C, accrediting agencies for dental hygiene educational programs. This has been an ongoing issue where a few years back, the U.S. Department of Education changed the requirements from regional accreditation to now they use regional and institutional, and they changed that to programmatic and institutional. So initially we were unaware of that change until a school seeking to open a dental hygiene program brought it to our attention. And for the last 2 years, we've been going back and forth as far as what we can accept. And we've been under the guise that within the law, because it states currently that we can only accept regional accreditation, that we weren't able to accept the new nomenclature used by the U.S. Department of Education. So after conversing with DCA Legal and extensively talking about the issue, and they did some research as well, it came to fruition that we actually can accept what the U.S. Department of Education now deems programmatic and institutional. So that's part of the language that we want to put in statutory language, and hopefully that will appease some of these agencies that really want to open new dental hygiene programs. Just to reassure the board, Ledge Dredge Committee right now, but the board itself too, is that there was concerns before over the years that, we've had a couple of agencies in-house, we used to call them fly-by-nights, but they would open up an institution and would have a lot of issues, let's put it that way. But I want to reassure, because we now have board approval, plus we have CODA accreditation still that these agencies need to go through, plus the accrediting agencies from the USDE, that they will be checked and they will be overseen with appropriate actions. So that's just to get the verbiage in the proposed statutory language is just to get in there, so that way by law we can accept those institutions that want to open up the new dental hygiene programs. The last one is something that we've been trying to get enacted. We don't have anything in our laws that allows us to post enforcement actions on our website. And I think that's very important for transparency and for the general public to know these things. So we just want to get that into our laws, so that way we can act and get that information out to the public. The second part of that, as far as the executive officer citation removal, I will ask for a modification on that, because in looking at the proposed language that's in 1961.5, we looked at it and we determined that it looks like two separate subjects. So you have the posting of enforcement actions on one hand, and then you have the executive officer approval to remove a citation. So we were thinking to separate those sections out so it's clear and transparent for the public. The executive officer citation removal comes into play because we've had instances. I'll give an example. We're conducting a lot of CE audits at the current time. And initially, when a licensee cannot provide certificates of completion, or they don't have adequate CE certificates to show the number of hours at the time of the audit, it automatically, if they fail it, it automatically goes to our other enforcement people to cite and fine them. And so what occurred on one case was that the licensee actually was able to obtain subsequent certificates of completion to show that she was actually in compliance. But this was a she, or he, yeah, definitely. But she showed that, she was actually in compliance, but the citation had already been issued. And unfortunately, that goes against her record, and we don't have any authority to remove that citation, even though she was in compliance in a technical term. So what this new proposed language would do is allow the authority from me, if a licensee were to show proof after an appeals process that they are actually in compliance, then I can go ahead and remove that administrative citation. So those are the four sections of the statutory language that staff would like to propose. And, hopefully this year, in pursuit of a sponsor and author, that will be a little more successful. There is a little bit of a backstop, however, that if I'm not successful, we are going through sunset review in a year, where we are pretty much guaranteed a bill. So we can address that again if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Petty, did you have a comment?
Executive Officer Lum was, just to be clear, was the section the executive officer section C. Is that going to stay in 1961.5, or was there a different one that it was going to be put in?
As a suggested proposal for that, we can add in 1961.5A, something to that effect. Thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
I do have a recommendation for a change to 1961.5. I don't know if you'd like to discuss my recommended change before the motion or after.
I would believe after the motion. After the motion. Would you like to make a motion?
I will move then.
Thank you.
This is Dr. Elginer. I move for the legislation Regulatory Committee to review the amended statutory language and reaffirm the changes that are warranted. If the Legislation and Regulatory Committee reaffirms the changes are warranted, staff requests the Legislation and Regulatory Committee recommend to the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendment for BPC sections 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941, and 1961.5, and direct the staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Pacheco, second.
Any board member discussion?
I do.
Yes.
This is Dr. Elginer. I have a recommendation. This is on our meeting materials, page 54, and it is in the BPC section 1961.5. These are small but clarification questions, recommendations under starting with A, the Dental Hygiene Board. I don't know if you want to capitalize that and name the Dental Hygiene Board of California as an entity. And then following in that same sentence, the Dental Hygiene Board shall post on its internet website. I don't think internet and web need to be capitalized for the following information on the current status. That also applies to Part B on the next page. The Dental Hygiene Board shall post on its internet website all of the following information. So my recommendations are grammatical in nature. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just to comment on those suggested changes in the statutes themselves. You know, I love the part where you want to emphasize the capitals for Dental Hygiene Board. However, in the statutory language, it is small letters. That's why we put it in the statutory language to parallel what's already in statute.
Thank you for the clarification. My comment still stands on internet website. Yeah.
Thank you.
Pacheco. I have a question, and I don't know if it's possible or if it's appropriate even to clean this up, but in small c under BPC 1941, it does state that let's see, that is either affiliated with or conducted by a dental school approved by the dental board. And since the dental board is no longer approving dental schools, is it possible to have that language cleaned up as well? That is line 8 under 1961, a little c.
I believe that's 1941.
Yes.
Little c.
Yes.
Yes, sorry, 1941, correct. Little c. Yeah, that is either affiliated with or conducted by a dental school approved by the dental board. And since dental board is no longer approving programs.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Yes, we can modify it and amend that section to remove that partial sentence.
Thank you.
May I just ask for clarification, Executive Officer? So that was news to me that we have never had the ability to be able to post enforcement actions on the website. To the best of my knowledge, other healing arts boards and other licensing boards do have that capability. So to me, in terms of securing authorship, this would be a lead issue that you may want to highlight in terms of the need for authoring and sponsoring a piece of legislation that would include these amendments. Are you aware, are we the only healing arts board that does not have that capability, or one of the few?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I'm not sure. I haven't had a chance to review all the programs under the department. However, there is a listing of programs, and we're not on that list. Let's just put it that way. So either we can, be added to that list, or since we were seeking legislation anyways, I figured we can request this officially in our statutes.
Okay, thank you.
Is there any in public or in-person public comment?
Susan McLaren, California Dental Hygienists Association. Could I have clarification on the section 1926.3? If you're removing the portion about registering with the executive officer if you are not practicing, where would that information be captured?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer.
On page 53.
Correct. Since I came to the board, I honestly didn't know what that section was used for, to be honest, because even licensees call me up and ask, I need to report this by law. And I look at the law, I try to get clarification on it. We don't know why the specific 30 days was emphasized as far as a short duration for an RDHAP to report to the board how they're working, or, whatever the requirements are in that section. So that's why we just said, well, if we can't define it, we may as well strike it.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but you would need to capture that information. You're going to have information regarding those who have, mobile, portable, and standalone practices, but you will not have information on those licensees who do not practice unless you intend to just subtract the number of licensees. It just doesn't make sense to me that you need to capture data on all categories. So I don't know where you would do it. I understand why you would not want that in there.
We're basically paralleling what we do with RDHs. We don't know if RDHs are practicing or not. We just know that they have an active or inactive license. So why are we putting this extra requirement onto an RDHAP who has an active license where we assume that they are practicing? And that's why I wanted to emphasize the other section in regards to reporting the work locations, because I think that's more important. Because under our laws, if you have an active license, we just assume that you're eligible for practice, which you are.
Of course.
So trying to restrict, an RDHAP within 30 days after date of issuance of a person's license, many people don't even get a job within 30 days after being licensed. So I found that very restrictive, and I feel that striking it is appropriate.
I agree with you with the striking. I'm just saying that I would hope you would capture that information some other way. Thank you.
Well, and that's what I'm following up with as far as the work location is concerned. Thank you.
It seems like it would be appropriate to add into the work locations if we're responding annually or every 2 years with our license renewal to also include if we're not actually actively practicing as an AP. I mean, you got to fill that box out anyways. Yeah, thank you.
Just one comment, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Again, having that information, I see the point of gathering that data. However, somebody may, at the time of the renewal, say, I'm not actively practicing, and then get a job in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that data goes bunk.
For sure.
So thank you.
I understand. Any more public comments? Here, let's see. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on Ledge Reg Item 6, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I would now like to ask Crystal to call roll and record votes for this agenda item.
Chair Long. May I make a quick suggestion?
Yes.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. For that section in regards to the executive officer being able to remove the citation,
Mhm.
could we specify that we would put it in, and this is just a numbering thing, but section 1950.1?
Yes, I was going to ask that. 1951,
1950.1.
1950.1, and we're going to do point one or A, just point
Just
one.
point one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm supportive of that
Okay.
because I made the original motion. So yes,
Correct.
yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Now, I'd like to ask Crystal to take roll and record the vote for this agenda item.
This is this is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Julie Eldner,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 7. Yep.
Actually, 10:15.
Yeah. Why don't we take a break and we'll finish the next two agenda items.
Thank you.
We're breaking at 10:32, back at 10:45. Now 10:45, and we'll reconvene the committee meeting. We'll move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 7, legislative update, discussion of 2025 bills of interest and tentative 2026 legislative calendar. I'd like to ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Long. So beginning on page 58 of the board meeting materials, you will see the bills we've been watching for this past year. AB 224 from Bonta regarding healthcare coverage, essential health benefits. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 13th. AB 341, Oral Health for People with Disabilities Technical Assistance Center Program. That was approved, that's by Arambula, and that's approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 11th, 2025. Unfortunately, AB 350, Bonta, healthcare coverage fluoride treatments, it failed its deadline, but it may be acted upon in January of 2026. It was converted to a 2-year bill. Same with AB 371, Haney dental coverage. Again, that failed the deadline and may be acted upon in January 2026. AB 489 by Bonta, healthcare professions deceptive terms of or letters, artificial intelligence. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 11th, 2025. AB 742, DCA licensing, applicants descendant of slaves. It was vetoed by the governor on October 13th of 2025. On the bottom of page 60, you will see the governor's message of why he vetoed it, and going to the beginning of page 61. AB 873, dentistry, dental assistance, infection control course. It basically is in limbo right now. On July 14th of 2025, the hearing through the Appropriations Committee was canceled at the request of author. AB 966, Carrillo Dental Practice Act, foreign dental schools, that failed the deadline and it turned into a 2-year bill and may be acted upon in January of 2026. AB 980, Arambula healthcare medically necessary treatment, that also failed the deadline and may be acted upon in January 2026 as a 2-year bill. AB 1307, Avia Farias, licensed dentist from Mexico pilot program, that failed the deadline as well, may be acted upon in January of 2026 as a 2-year bill. AB 1418 by Chavo, Department of Healthcare Access and Information. It was approved by the governor on October 26th of 2025 and filed with the Secretary of State. SB 62 by Medivar, Healthcare Coverage Essential Health Benefits. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 13th, 2025. SB 351, Calbadon Health Facilities. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 6th of 2025. SB 386, Limon Dental Providers Fee-Based Payments, approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 1st of 2025. The Badgley-Keene Open Meeting Act for teleconferencing, SB 470 by Laird. It was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 1st of 2025. SB 744 by Calbadon Accrediting Agencies. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 6th of 2025. SB 861, the Committee on Business Professions and Economic Development, Consumer Affairs, the Omnibus Bill, which we were a part of. That was approved by the governor and filed with the Secretary of State on October 10th of 2025. You also will see the tentative 2026 legislative calendar on page 68 and 70. And I included the bills or the chaptered bills within the meeting materials beginning on page 70. Any questions?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I
Feel-
do,
feel-
Dr. Petty. This is Dr. Elginer. I have a couple of questions and comments. Thank you for that summary. I'm going to move over here so everyone can hear me. The first is I want to ask about AB 350, the Bonta bill. That was really the only bill that we supported that did not pass. And reviewing the status, it was pulled by Senator Rubio. So again, this is at the bottom of page
58.
Yes, 58. So it failed the deadline, moved to a 2-year bill. And when I just did some quick research on CalEdge info, it was pulled by Senator Rubio. I'm curious if anyone has had any discussion with the author's office about their plans for a follow-up for next year, moving it to the 2-year bill.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Just, I would encourage us, whether it's executive officer, perhaps our board president, Dr. Petty, just to make an inquiry, because to the extent that there is plans to move this, again, it moved throughout the assembly, but it was really on the Senate side that it was pulled. So I think that it would behoove us to just have an understanding of what the concern was, because this to me does seem like it affects the dental hygiene profession. So I wanted to just clarify that. The second question that I have is I want to reiterate my ask for next year, that to the extent it's possible, if we add a column in here to be able to add the bill sponsor, if it is provided in the fact sheet, in the committee consultant analysis, or in consultation with the author's office. It's not always known, but sometimes it is. And I do think that that's important to have noted who the bill sponsor is for any pieces of legislation. I would ask that for our 2026 board materials.
Okay.
And the last is, I do want to call everyone's attention to the legislative calendar that Dr. Petty was talking about. I'm going to reference this when we discuss the board member manual, and specifically the proposed meetings for 2026. I want to make sure everyone has an understanding of what the legislative process is, and I'll be discussing the need for building in a teleconference in that May timeframe for 2026 moving forward to review pieces of legislation. as we did in 2025, and it is related to the legislative process. So, and the legislative timeline. So I wanted to call your attention to that here. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any in-person comment? No. Are there any WebEx comments, public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on Ledge Reg Item 7, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Now we'll move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 8. Discussion and possible action on the July 19th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes. I would like to present this agenda item. You'll find the draft for the minutes on page 130. And I would like to ask if there's a motion on the floor to motion.
So moved. This is Dr. Elginer. I move to approve the July 19th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes.
Pacheco, second.
Thank you. Is there any board discussion or committee discussion? Seeing no discussion. Is there any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on Ledge Reg Item 8, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. And now I'd like to ask Crystal to call roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Michael Long,
Aye.
Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item Ledge Reg 9, future legislation and regulatory committee agenda items. Are there any committee member recommendations or comments for future legislation and regulations committee agenda item? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. I see no request for comment. Mr. Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you, DCA moderator. And thank you for everybody attending the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting. We will now adjourn at 10:57 a.m.
Thank you, Chair Long. This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I would now like to ask the Education Committee members to come up to the dais. And anyone not on the committee, please have a seat in the audience. Thank you.
It is, yeah, no, but I haven't highlighted.
No, that's why I said.
Okay, good morning. My name is Joanne Pacheco, and as the Education Committee meeting chair, I would like to call the Education committee meeting to order. The time is 10:59 a.m. and I would ask Board Staff Crystal Uyama to call the roll.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Michael Long, Justin Matthews.
Present.
A quorum has been established. A simple majority of yes votes are required for any action.
Thank you. We'd now like to move on to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The Education Committee may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on the agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda for a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the committee to consider? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment at this time. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3, discussion and possible action on the report from the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Penalty Rubric Task Force. And as chair, I will present this agenda item. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read my penalty rubric task force report. As a reminder, the board is mandated by the legislature to approve all California dental hygiene educational programs for oversight. When the board started reviewing the DHEPs, the board was aware there might be some concerns as to the level of compliance with California laws, regulation, and commission on dental accreditation of the American Dental Association, known as CODA standards, but was not aware of the extent of the issues that were present until the board began its site visits and observed what practices were occurring within the dental hygiene educational programs. Due to the variance of violations and the desire to ensure penalties are applied evenly among the programs, the board voted to create a penalty rubric to allow the board to be fair and consistent to all programs. And at the March 22nd, 2025 full board meeting, the board appointed board members Joanne Pacheco and Dr. Julie Ellinger as co-chairs of the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Penalty Rubric Task Force. The task force co-chairs received requests from 3 interested stakeholders who were then appointed to the task force based on their qualifications. These experts are Joanne Galliano, Dr. Michelle Hurlbut, and Lisa Kambayashi, who have extensive dental hygiene educational program experience and knowledge of the subject to create an appropriate penalty rubric. Since the task force conducted their first meeting on June 4th, 2025, the task force has met 7 times and categorized the violations utilizing the factors as outlined in 16 CCR section 1104.3, which include 1, nature and severity of the violation, 2, the length of time that has passed since the date of the violation, 3, consequences of the violation, including the potential to harm or actual patient harm. Number 4, history of previous violations of a similar nature. 5, evidence that the violation was willful. 6, gravity of the violation. And 7, the extent to which the cited dental hygiene educational program has remediated the deficiencies. Along with categorizing the aforementioned factors, The task force discussed the frequency of violations discovered at the dental hygiene educational programs, along with discussions on timeframes and penalties the dental hygiene educational programs shall be given to remediate violations and deficiencies. The next scheduled task force meeting will be on November 21st, 2025, and that is the end of my report. Are there any committee discussions?
I mean, I could make a motion, I guess, first to
Yes,
approve it. And then-
Please. Thank you.
Okay.
Is there a motion?
This is Member Matthews. I move for the Education Committee to approve the report from the Dental Hygiene Education Program Penalty Rubric Task Force.
This is Michael Long. I second.
Thank you. Now, are there any committee discussions? Seeing none, are there any in-person discussion? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion for the Education Committee to approve the report from the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Task Force rubric. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the vote.
This is Crystal Yuyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco, Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Michael Long,
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I just want to commend the task force for all the work that they've put into this. The meetings have been coming fast and furious, and they are working very hard to get this rubric in place. I anticipate quite a few more meetings to really nail down everything because it's such a complex issue. But I just wanted to give kudos to them because although I missed a couple of meetings, I do participate in them and just listen to the dialogue that goes on, and they're very serious about the work that they're doing. So thank you very much. It'll make my life easier.
Very good. Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 4, discussion and possible action on board acceptance of the revised accreditation nomenclature pursuant to the United States Department of Education. I would like Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Pacheco. This was also brought up at the Ledge Reg Committee as well. We thought to cover all bases that since it's a topic that affects the educational realm, that we would have a vote on the language, the statutory language to be changed to being acceptance of entities that are not just strictly regional accreditation. And so this proposal with the same language that was in the Ledge Reg Committee is in the meeting materials, and it's on pages 10 to 38. And so just for the committee to consider this language and also get a consensus for the vote on this language to move forward. So thank you.
Is there a motion?
This is Michael Long. I move for the Education Committee to review the amended statutory language and reaffirm the change is warranted. If the Education Committee reaffirms the change is warranted, staff requests the Education Committee recommend to the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendment to EPC Section 1941 and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026.
Second.
This is Justin. I'll second.
Thank you. Is there any committee discussion? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comments? Hearing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Motion for the Education Committee to review the amended statutory language and reject that the change is warranted. If the Education Committee reaffirms the change is warranted, staff requests the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amended for BPC Section 1941 and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes on this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Michael Long,
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 5, Dental Hygiene Education Program Site Visit Update and Schedule. This is informational only. I would ask Dr. Adina Petty to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Chair Pacheco. The educational staff has reviewed several different dental hygiene educational programs. Pasadena City College, they were placed on probation and they are still in temporary compliance. They submitted their current quarterly report, which is in your board meeting materials. And so they're in temporary compliance, and the board is scheduled to go see Pasadena City College within the next few months. Taft College was also placed on probation by the board. They are currently in compliance. They submitted their current quarterly report, which is in the meeting materials, and they are doing well. Concord Career College San Diego, Concord Career College Garden Grove, and Concord Career College San Bernardino all were required to supply information regarding their violation to comply with the laws regarding program instructional length. Was due December 31st, 2025. They have submitted information to me currently, and we're waiting on CODA's approval of their report of change. So they changed from 90 weeks to 99 weeks, and we're just waiting on CODA's approval. The other school, Cerritos College, they're in temporary compliance. Permanent compliance is on June 1st of 2026, and they're on track for full compliance. West Coast University was one of the most current site visits on September 29th, 2025. We conducted a site visit at the West Coast University campus. They are in full compliance, and the report is within the board meeting materials. The last school or program we visited was on October 14th, 2025 to Diablo Valley College. Currently, they're not in compliance. Their report is within the board meeting materials. They did submit some current documentation, but it was too late to be included within the board meeting materials, and it's being reviewed currently. The upcoming dental hygiene program site visit schedule can be found on page 44 of the board meeting materials. Cabrillo College, there's one to be coming up because they have a new program director. Same with Carrington Sacramento, and with Concord Career College Garden Grove as well. Concord Career College San Bernardino, we're scheduling a Their CODA site visit is in February of 2026. So the board staff is looking at spring of 2026 to visit their program. Foothill College is upcoming CODA site visit on June 9th through the 11th. And the board staff is looking at summer of 2026 to visit their program. As I said before, Pasadena City College, we have a follow-up and the self-study visit coming up. It's to be determined. It will be in winter of 2026. And same with Sacramento City College. Their site visit is December 1st through the 3rd of 2026. So we will be visiting them around winter 2026 to early 2027. And that's the current information. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation, Dr. Petty, and thank you for your hard work on this as a previous site visitor. It is a ton of work. Yes, thank you. Are there any committee member discussions?
I do have a question or a comment. Dr. Petty, I was reviewing the report from Diablo Valley College, and you said that they sent an update and that staff is reviewing that. So I'd be curious to see what their comments are. But I'm really concerned about the number of direct patient contact hours that the students have. From my calculations, it looks like what's recommended, they're below that. And then as I further read your report, I see that I'll just use the word poor performance in national board exams. And that seems to be following a trend downward over the last few years. And for me, as a clinical faculty, I know that the hours that we spend on the clinic floor with our students only benefits the knowledge, experience, the case studies, and information on the national board exam. So I'm just concerned about that, and I look forward. I don't know if you have any additional comments for the board, for the committee.
Well, yes. So we're in the process of reviewing their response to us. According to CODA, the standard for direct patient care is, if you look in the CODA standards, their definition is should, and should is not mandatory. And that's a cause of concern for board staff, because CODA suggests, and CODA holds, the board has always held, board staff and the board has always held all the dental hygiene programs to the CODA standards. And we've always held the the direct patient hours to the recommendations of CODA. Now, CODA defined that as should. In their definition of should, it's recommended but not mandatory. So that's a cause of concern for staff, because it really, like you said, it really ties their education to the hours that they spend learning. And so, for example, and this is public knowledge, it's in the report, for example, seniors should be held to 12 to 16 hours of direct patient care. The way DVC is only at 11. If you look at their direct patient care, they're only at 11 hours. And then with the clinical assistant, they're even further. So what they have is a clinical assistant rotation where they oversee sterilization. And so they take them off of direct patient care and put them under sterilization. So those 4 students per week are only getting about 8.25 hours of direct patient care, which is a cause of concern for staff. And DVC brought up that it's recommended, not mandatory. Now, with the board overseeing all the dental hygiene programs and us not having a clinical board anymore, that's a cause of concern for staff, because then a program could come to me and say, I deem 3 hours is sufficient per week. So I'm hoping the board can address this in some way, a future agenda item to possibly establish minimum standards, because while CODA holds them to those standards and holds them to it, I've been a dental hygiene educator for 25 years and and 32 in general. And CODA has always held the programs to those minimum standards, but even within their language, they can't even hold them to their own standards. It's really odd the way CODA has it. So I'm hoping that the board can do something to hold them accountable to a minimum standard of patient care hours, direct patient care hours, to maintain, because we were allowed, the legislature allowed us to dispense with the clinical board because we've been overseeing the programs. And at the time, all programs were held to that standard. And now if programs are saying we don't have to do that, that's a cause of concern. And I'm hoping the board can do something to help us with that.
Member Matthews. So is an option for us to do a should search into where these shoulds are to then assess where we might want to step in? And
You're saying in general with the CODA standards?
In general, if word gets out and programs start doing this, that could be bad.
Very bad.
For patients, right? So if we're going to get ahead of this, then maybe we should have a group that is looking at these should statements to see if we as a body should be preempting any of these, well, it's not required situations. Just a suggestion, but
that's an excellent suggestion. So you're saying establish
like a task force?
Task force. Thank you. Couldn't think of
that can go through those documents and find where the ambiguity or the definition of should is being used to potentially not meet the standards that we think they should be. And then maybe a report back to the board of here are the situation, here are the instances of the word. Should we take action on any of these minimums or create minimums, I guess?
I think that would be wonderful. And staff would appreciate it greatly.
Okay. That would be my suggestion then.
Thank you.
Are there any other board member comments? Yes.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. It is a very complex issue. The CODA standards and our laws basically hold these programs to the minimum standards. So if they want to go above and beyond, we more than welcome that. However, like Dr. Petty said, the language in the CODA standards is not exact like our laws. And so a lot of the areas where the board's laws supersede what the CODA standard is, that may be a direction that we go into. But I would like to obtain and a perfect time for a town hall meeting to get the educators buy-in as well. So that way we can get their opinions and see what they believe is appropriate for the schools too. Thank you.
So would it be appropriate to make a motion to have a future agenda item on this subject?
We can do that in the future.
Okay, great. All right. Any other committee member discussion?
I'm just curious, what was your response to Joanne?
Oh, sorry.
About adding this.
Yeah, the question was whether to add this topic of an additional committee to address this issue. I just informed the chair that we do have a future agenda item for this committee, and that can be brought up at that time. So that way we can address it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, are there any in-person public comments on this topic? You're getting your exercise back and forth.
I know. Hello, Tukazo Kai from the California Dental Association. I support the discussion about a town hall to hear more from the educators and also hearing more about how the probation status and some of the current challenges may affect graduating dental hygienists and entering the workforce, as we're also very interested and, though I know both the board and stakeholders are engaged with trying to support workforce expansion with dental hygiene licensees in the state. We are interested to hear more about how these programs may be affected with their graduates and individuals who can then pass all requirements and examinations to enter the workforce.
Thank you for your comment.
Sorry, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Member Long, you had a secondary question in regards to the national boards. I don't know the entire process that these educational programs prepare their students for the national boards, but we would hope that they're educating and training them appropriately to pass it. But like you noticed that there's a declining pass rate for these individuals. And, I'm not sure if there's much that the board can do at this point in time.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Chair Pacheco. I would just like to comment that as a dental hygiene educator, the preparation is a 2-year process. Okay, are there any other in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see a raised hand from Tonette Steep. Tonette, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I'm Tonette Sieb. I'm the director of the program for Diablo Valley, for Diablo Valley College. I would like to first address that in that our clinical hours, a few years ago, we switched from an 18-week schedule to a 16-week schedule. And when we did that, we updated our curriculum, which was presented to the Dental Hygiene Board. Moving some of our hours in senior clinic into junior clinic. So all of our lab portion, preclinical is done in the first semester. During the 18-week, when we had the 18-week semesters, we would start our students seeing patients halfway through their first year spring semester. When we switched to the 16, we started seeing them. We have our students now seeing patients when they begin spring of their first year. So we did that because adding with a 16-week schedule, adding 15, 20 minutes to each clinic session, while it did give them more time per session, they had less sessions. So they were not fulfilling it was more difficult for them to fulfill their requirements. So by adding more sessions, it made that easier for them to fulfill their requirements. They can now fulfill them in spring of their first year, as well as their entire second year. The total hours of the program clinically did not change at all. So I just want the board to understand that. And then as far as national board results, we did
15 more seconds.
I would love to have more time. We did have 2 years of lower scores due to the pandemic, but the comment that was that's documented that I made on page 65 saying that only one student has passed is inaccurate. From 2024, all students have passed national board except for one who did not retake.
And
So
2 minutes are up. Would you like the mic to remain open? A committee? What is your
Yes,
desire?
yes, please.
Okay, all right.
thank you, Joanne.
Please.
So 2024, 2023 and 2024, those are students, and I know not all schools had this problem, but those are the students that took prerequisites during the pandemic. We did have an attitude with our students that C's get degrees, which we have squashed. We have also made several changes in that we separated our clinical curriculum from our didactic curriculum. So students have to be strong in both clinical and didactic to be able to pass those courses now. We have put more emphasis on exams as far as giving more percentage per course as to what the emphasis on exams, and we have our instructors, our faculty are now ensuring that we are creating our exams more toward what the board does, which we were doing a lot more project-based before that. And this year, the 2025 results, we had 2 with initial fails. One of them has retaken and passed. So we're currently at a 95% pass rate, and we're waiting for the last one to pass, to retake. And if you have any more questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Hello, Tonette. This is Michael Long.
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Could you tell me more? You mentioned clinic hours, and I'm curious, clinic hours versus direct patient care hours. How are you addressing those? And I guess I'm asking the question because when I read the report and then I do a little math, it just looks like you're, from the recommendations, the suggestions of number of clinic hours, it looks like once you take out the clinical assistant and these rotations, that your students are barely meeting the minimum recommended for direct patient care. But then your statement that you're satisfying all clinic hours.
So the hours that used to be in senior clinic are now in junior clinic in spring. But we did, after the site visit, we did reduce the amount of time students are getting to clean up and meet with their instructors for feedback. We reduced that so they have 15 minutes now after the site visit, which is in the report that was sent to Dr. Petty and Anthony Lum. And but that clinic rotation, we feel very strongly that the students need that rotation. They all are certified. We have a dental board approved infection control course that they're certified in that starts in spring of right before they start clinic. And we feel very strongly that they need to continue with that education. It's part of our curriculum. To continue with that education throughout their program. So when they graduate, it hasn't been 2 years since they've actually sterilized instruments. It makes them more of a team player when they get into practice and just reinforces those infection control concepts that are so important for public safety. So we do feel very strongly as part of our curriculum that clinic assistant rotation does need to remain. And we know, I guess when we look at the hours total, it seems like we are in compliance. We had our CODA site visit and they were, I mean, we had no recommendations whatsoever. Am I answering your question at all?
Yeah, thank you. And I do appreciate the importance of the clinical assistant rotation. Just to clarify, you said that you reduced post-clinic time for cleanup and faculty huddle to 15 minutes. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one more question. I'm sorry. I just read my notes. May I ask you one more question?
Sure.
I noticed on one of the violations too that students are required to provide their own personal protective equipment, masks, gloves, and gowns. Is that have you made any adjustments to that?
Well, that is actually, there's a, let me pull, the law that Dr. Petty noticed, or that she cited, there's a section of that law that says, just had it up, let me find it. Says unless there's another law to supersede that, basically, that's not the exact wording. But there is a law for vocational programs that we are allowed to provide or to charge other fees.
Okay.
And that's in the document that Dr. Petty has that was sent last week.
Yeah, I just, in my years of dental experience, I haven't, I've always seen that they're provided by facility or office. So it just surprised me.
In office, that is correct.
And most programs too.
She is referring to a law, but you read further down, basically, if you can't take it with you when you leave, you can't charge for it. So it's a misinterpretation of the law by DVC, and I'm going to be addressing that when I respond, because, you know, yes, they're allowed to charge a fee, but they should supply, dental hygiene programs are very unique where you have to provide PPE, you have to provide masks, glasses, gloves, you know, all that. And in law, it should be provided by the school unless the students can take with them, such as their instruments. Yes, they buy their instruments, but they can take the instruments with them.
Mhm.
The PPE, they can't take it with them. That should be provided within the program itself.
Okay.
So when you read further in the law that she quoted me, you read further down, and yes, so, you know, they buy their instruments, they buy their loops, that can all be taken with them. They're allowed to charge for those. It's the PPE to, you know, for patient safety, for student safety, they can't charge for that. So that's where, so I'll be addressing that in my response back to DVC.
And I would just like to add, the law does say tangible items, and those are tangible items. But I would also like the board to know that just this year, our students used to have to buy their handpieces and their microultrasonic units, which came to about $2,000 per student, which those could be charged, but we were able to get funding to purchase those. So we are reducing the fees for our students. I think it's more important to reduce $2,000 worth of items than a couple hundred for tangible items that they do use during the time of their program.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member questions for Ms. Steve? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Appreciate your comments. DCA moderator, are there any other public comments?
No, there are not. So, Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Are there any public comments as to what we heard from Ms. Steve? Seeing none, we're going to move on to agenda item 6. Discussion and possible action on the July 19th, 2025 Education Committee minutes. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Matthews. I move for the Educational Committee to approve the July 19th, 2025 Education Committee meeting minutes.
Thank you. And do we have a second?
Long, I second.
Thank you. Are there any committee comments or discussion? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? You guys must be getting hungry. Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on the approval of the minutes, please click on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, press *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion before the committee is to approve, approve as amended or disapprove the July 19, 2025 Education Committee minutes. I will now ask Crystal to call the roll and record the votes.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Michael Long,
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 7, future agenda items. And I think that this would be a great place for us to recommend a town hall meeting for program directors to discuss the educational standards required by the Dental Hygiene Board of California. Are there any committee discussions?
I second that.
Thank you. And I would also recommend the committee to put together a task force to address the concerns of the Dental Hygiene Board Committee educational requirements.
Thank you.
You want to do that after the town hall meeting? Recommended that the task force be designed after the town hall meeting is held. And the board committee members, education committee members agreed. Okay, good. Are there any in-person public comments on this topic? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If any member of the public would like to comment on future agenda items, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam Chair, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you so much. And we will now move on to our favorite agenda item 8, adjournment. So thank you for attending the Education Committee meeting, which is now adjourned at 11:41 a.m. Thank you. And we will now recess and reconvene the full board meeting at, I think we should break now. Is it too early?
We can start it.
Okay, we'll go ahead and start the full board meeting. So we'll have the committee members return to the front here. Thank you.
Beautiful.
Okay. Here we go again. So this is Board President Pacheco. I'd like to call the full board meeting to order. The time is 11:45 a.m. and I would like to ask Executive Officer Lum to please call the roll in place of Crystal.
Thank you, Madam President. Anthony Lum will now call the roll in Crystal's absence. Lali Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer,
Present.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Sherman King, Michael Long, Justin Matthews,
Present.
Joanne Pacheco,
Present.
Sridevi Punala, absent, and Nicholas Kwok.
Present.
All right. We have a quorum.
Thank you. Now we'd like to move on to agenda item 2, public comment for items not on the agenda. The board may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the public comment section that is not included on this agenda, except whether to decide to place the matter on the agenda of a future meeting. Are there any in-person public comments for the board to consider? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 3, President's Report. Hello, I'm Joanne Pacheco, again, President of the Dental Hygiene Board with my report. I have a brief report for you today, and here's some activities since my last report in July. First, it is with great pleasure that I would like to introduce our newest board member, Nicholas Kwok, to the board and have him say a few words about himself for his first meeting.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Trustee Nicholas Kwok, and it's such an honor to be joining each and every one of you today as the Senate Rules Committee appointee to the Dental Hygiene Board of California. I'll be honest with y'all, I never in a million years ever thought I'd be sitting here or be in public service. I'm the son of Vietnamese refugees who fled a corrupt government, came to America, didn't trust government, didn't think government could work for folks that looked like us, that were us, and so I saw that reflected in my childhood, and oftentimes it was such small things. It was things like potholes and traffic lights and street lights, or in my mom's case, when our trash was being picked up, she wouldn't call the city and say, "Hey, our trash isn't being picked up. Please pick up our trash." She would take the trash out of the trash can, put it into her car, and drive around town looking for a dumpster to put it in because she didn't trust government. And so I don't share that story today because it's unique or because it's inspiring. I share that story because that's a lived experience of my community, folks across the country, and many here in California, that when government doesn't show up for you, you stop expecting it to. And so I've led with my time in public service that government needs to be proactive, not reactive. It shouldn't take government services not working for you to start engaging government. And so that is why at 14 years old, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, I began working for my mayor, protecting small businesses from greedy corporations, making sure that our frontline workers were paid fair wages and looking out for our neighbors, students, and educators. It is why I became the youngest library trustee in U.S. history at 16 years old. It is the same reason why I became an elected official in the city of Los Angeles and have worked on more than a dozen legislative campaigns here in California, including working for California Senator Sasha Renee Perez for half a decade. And so I will end by saying I think many of you will notice that I'm a younger dude, and likely younger than many of the students in our dental hygiene programs. Probably the youngest appointee this board has ever had, probably the youngest appointee DCA has ever had. And so it is not lost on me today the privilege that I have sitting here with all of you. And I'm incredibly grateful for the opportunity to represent 40 million consumers here in the state of California, and our public to ensure that consumers are at the forefront of every policy conversation we are having here at the Dental Hygiene Board of California, and to make sure that government isn't reactive but proactive. And so I'm just incredibly grateful to be here with each and every one of you today.
Thank you. And your energy is definitely welcomed. And just know we are going to hold you to brushing and flossing. Okay, resuming my report. Yesterday, I participated in the Dental Board of California's November 7th, 2025 board meeting, where I provided an update of the Dental Hygiene Board of California activities, projects, and program status. We continue to have collaborative efforts and discussions on many issues to maintain our dental relationships. I participated and co-chaired with Dr. Elginer, the board's task force, to address a penalty rubric for the dental hygiene educational programs who are non-compliant of the California laws and Commission on Dental Accreditation Standards. We have met 7 times so far and are progressing well on a draft rubric to present to the Education Committee at a future meeting. It's a complex issue, and we're attempting to incorporate many scenarios that could face the board and determine appropriate penalties for them. Number 4, I completed the October 22nd, 2025 board meeting member orientation training to comply with the board member requirements. And this version was one of the best trainings on this issue that I've been through, very comprehensive and informative to prepare board members for their service. And just to let you know, it is an all-day online training, and it was wonderful. Number 5, I attended the California Dental Hygiene Educators Association's meeting in September, representing myself and not the board, but wanted to inform you that the educators expressed positive words and opinions in working with board staff during site visits and communications with their respective programs, and particularly with Dr. Petty. Very positive comments and a lot of new directors. So kudos to you. Number 6, Executive Officer Lum and I maintain frequent communication for updates on board policies, so I'm aware of them or items that need immediate attention. And number 7, lastly, I wanted to inform everyone that this is member Justin Matthews' last board meeting because he didn't seek reappointment due to the other commitments. I want to thank him for his valuable input, discussions, and dialogue on some very important topics, and his input will be missed.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words to the board?
Sure. I've enjoyed my 3 years on the board. I think we've tackled some important issues and made some good decisions with the goal of protecting our consumers in our state. And I think we've done a great job. And I have no reservation that the board is going to move forward in great hands with all of you. So thank you for allowing me to be a part of this. And I wish you the best. And I know you'll do great. And I'm very confident that Nicholas will do a great job as the new member as I'm leaving. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. And this concludes my report. Are there any questions? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you very much. We will now move on to agenda item 4, update from the Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA executive staff. Last member relations representative, Judy Buccarelli.
No, Pucciarelli.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
chair is down, but I'm not going to adjust it right now. Well, good morning again. My name is Judy Bucciarelli from the California Department of Consumer Affairs, Board and Bureau Relations, and thank you for the opportunity to join you today. So before I begin in listening to the president's report, I was under the impression that Member Quach was present at the July board meeting, maybe not, but on behalf of the department and Board and Bureau Relations, I'd like to welcome you to the Dental Hygiene Board of California. And also, Member Matthews, thank you for your service and dedication to the consumers of California. Much appreciated. Okay, to begin my report today, I'd like to start with some introductions to the Board and Bureau Relations team. We are very excited to announce 2 new members to the department's executive team. Governor Newsom appointed Lucy Saldivar as the Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. Lucy previously served as Chief of Staff in the office of Assemblymember Lisa Calderon since 2022 and was the Legislative Director from 2021 to 2022. She also held multiple roles in the office of Assemblymember Jackie Irwin from 2017 to 2021. Lucy is a member of the Hope Leadership Institute and the California Latino Capital Association Foundation. In addition, Shelley Jones was appointed by Governor Newsom as the Assistant Deputy Director of Board and Bureau Relations. Shelley brings 29 years of experience working with boards. She has been with DCA since 2015, serving in several capacities with Board and Bureau Relations, as well as DCA strategic, organizational leadership, and individual development and organizational improvement offices. Prior to joining DCA, Shelley served in multiple roles at the Juvenile Parole Board of the California Department of Corrections. Please join us in welcoming Lucy and Shelley to their new roles. We are very excited that they will be serving and assisting our boards and bureaus, and I know they look forward to meeting all of you in the near future. And finally, I'd like to share this with you. After 36 years of dedicated service at the Department of Consumer Affairs, DCA Director Kimberly Kirchmeyer recently announced she will retire at the end of this year. Director Kirchmeyer began her career at DCA as a student assistant in 1989. She was appointed by Governor Newsom as DCA Director in 2019, and within her first 6 months on the job as director, she navigated severe wildfires, the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, and transitioned the department's 3,500 employees to telework. Director Kirchmeyer would like me to extend a special thank you for the honor and opportunity to serve as your director for the past 6 years. She would also like me to thank you for your continued hard work and dedication to the department, the state, and the consumers of California. Your work is invaluable, impactful, and integral to DCA's mission of consumer protection, and she knows it will continue for years to come because of the extraordinary staff of DCA. Okay, next I have updates on 2 trainings. As many of you remember, sexual harassment prevention training is mandated for completion within 30 days of your appointment to the board and every 2 years thereafter. On October 27th, DCA launched its new sexual harassment prevention training in the Learning Management System, also known as LMS. If you completed the 2024-25 sexual harassment prevention training during those calendar years, the new training will be automatically assigned to your LMS account 2 months before your 2-year mark. If you have not completed the 2024-25 sexual harassment prevention training, the new version was already assigned to your LMS account on October 27th. We ask that you please log in and take this training as soon as possible. Going forward, the compliance deadline will either be 2 years from the last completion date for those that took the training or by December 27th for those that did not. Upon completion of the new training, it will be automatically reassigned to your LMS account biennially, which is 22 months from your last completion date. Next, DCA's training unit has developed unconscious bias training for board members. This training will be added to members' LMS accounts in November, as well as incorporated into all onboarding when new board members are appointed. You can find your training records under the transcript section of your LMS account. If you have questions or need assistance accessing either of these trainings, please reach out to us at memberrelations@dca.ca.gov. Next, I have an update on the Our Promise campaign. Every year through Our Promise California State Employees Charitable Campaign, state employees, including board members, have the opportunities to support the nonprofit causes they are passionate about through payroll giving or one-time donations. These contributions have a positive impact on our communities and is another way for DCA to show it cares for California. The campaign runs through December 31st of this year, and DCA will be emailing information to board members this month. In the meantime, please contact Board and Bureau of Relations with any questions or if you would like more information on how you can give. This concludes the DCA update. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to join your meeting today. And at this time, I'll turn the floor back to Board President Pacheco, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from the members. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you.
Are there any board member comments?
Good morning. This is Julie Elginer. Hi, good morning. I'm wondering if you have an update on the governor's reorganization plan for DCA and splitting into two agencies.
I do not have an update on that today. However, I think if you go to the governor's website, there is more information on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board member comments or questions? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to make a comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Judy, for your report. And if it would be okay with the board to run over a little bit, it would be great to get the update from the Dental Board of California before we break for lunch. Welcome, Dr. Chan. 2 days in a row. It's always good to see you. And of course, Ms. Christy Bell.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. I'm Steve Chan, Dr. Steve Chan. I'm the current president of the Dental Board of California. On behalf of the Dental Board, we'd like to thank Executive Officer Anthony Lum and our former Dental Board President, Joanne Pacheco, who is now your board president, for allowing us to come before you. Dental Board held its most recent board meeting November 6th and 7th. The next board meeting will be held in February 2026. The Dental Board's current strategic plan expires at the end of this year. On November 5th, the board held its strategic planning meeting to work on a new plan. The board has named Bryce Doherty as its incoming executive officer effective November 24th, 2025. The board has 3 new board members that have been appointed this year. We have 2 remaining vacancies on the board. The board is beginning its regulatory process for infection control regulations that have been approved by both the Dental Board and the Dental Hygiene Boards. Thank you for the collaboration. We look forward to continuing our continued partnership and collaborations together with the Dental Hygiene Board, especially as we continue to update the board's dental assisting regulations. Want to introduce our interim executive officer, Christy Bell. Thank you. We're open for questions.
Any board member questions for the Dental Board of California? Okay, seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments, or I should say any in-person public comments? And seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comments?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Are there any other board member comments or executive officer?
Executive Officer Anthony Lum, I just want to say thank you both as well for the collaborative efforts that we've done over the years. Getting to know both of you was a lot of fun as well. It wasn't just, all business at many meetings. And I really enjoy attending your board meetings as well. And you've always welcomed me and the president with open arms to provide our report back to you. And, the collaborative efforts, I hope, continue far into the future. But thank you both.
Thank you. It's relationships, relationships, relationships. Thank you.
Sounds like healthcare. Thank you. And this is a great time to break for lunch. And when we return, we will begin with agenda item number 6. Thank you. The meeting. This is Board President Pacheco. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch break. We're going to start again with agenda item number 6, discussion and possible action to approve the July 19, 2025 full board meeting minutes. Is there a motion? Please identify yourself and make a motion.
This is Member Matthews. I move to approve the July 19th, 2025 full board meeting minutes.
Thank you. And a second? Thank you. Are there any board member revisions or amendments to the July 19th, 2025 full board meeting minutes? Is there any board member discussion? Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. And I'm pausing a little longer than usual because I'm trying to see the attendees and they're not appearing for me. So forgive me a moment while I attempt to get them to appear. All right, I have never had this incident before. I'm going to ask Crystal Uyama if she can click on the panelist icon at the bottom of her screen and click on attendees and let me know if anyone has raised hands.
This is Crystal. I don't see anyone with a raised hand under attendees.
Thank you so much. All right, Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion is before the board, and will board staff please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item?
This is Crystal, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer,
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen,
Present.
Aye. Sherman King,
Present.
aye. Michael Long, Justin Matthews,
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco,
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Ket Quach.
Abstain.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 7, the executive officer's report, which is informational only. I would ask Board's executive officer, Anthony Lum, to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. Good afternoon. I'm Anthony Lum, the Dental Hygiene Board's Executive Officer, to present my report. First item is about personnel. Staffing, we continue to have 4 vacant positions because I recently filled 1 position, but another staff member left for a promotion to another program. There's currently 2 other positions in various stages of the hiring process, and 1 is under review for reconfiguration of duties to address board needs. I want to stress that for a smaller program like ours, it's wise to be very selective in who we hire to maintain the cohesiveness of the team, and it takes time to do this through the hiring process. The next item is about our budget, and this begins on the budget reports are from pages 60 to 65 for your review. The first one is the expenditure report, and this is on page 60 and 61. And since they're based on early fiscal year numbers, our expenses are fine and our budget is fine, and more details will be provided in the projection report, which I'll start now. On page 62 is our expenditure projection report for anticipated expenses through the end of the year. And it's projected at this time that we'll have roughly 9.3% or roughly $265,000 of our budget remaining at year end, as indicated in the far right side of the chart in orange. And that chart again is on page 62. Page 62 of the full meeting materials. After all anticipated expenses are paid out, that's the projected amount that we'll have at the current time. It'll be adjusted throughout the year depending on the expenses incurred, including the refilling of staff positions. What I wanted to show in this report are the final numbers from the last fiscal year, since those numbers weren't readily available at the July meeting. So in looking at this chart, if you look at the sections on the left side in green, that gives us the information for year end, which is called fiscal month 13. And on that, it shows that we had a roughly $3 million budget for the entire year and spent approximately $2.5 million of it, and the remaining $500,000 was reverted into our fund. Most of the remaining monies were because of salary savings that the board experienced due to staff vacancies. The next report I'd like to go over is our revenue report, which is on pages 63 and 64, and shows the amount of revenue the board has received this year. The report also shows early results of a little under 600,000 received, and later reports will be more accurate to use in projections for the anticipated amount of revenue expected to be received for the remainder of the year. At our last board meeting, there was a question in regards to the line items being budgeted per each item. So I did a little research and contacted the department's budget unit. And basically what they said, because the number of licensees who renew or ask for duplicate license or any of the items that we collect fees for varies year to year. So that's why they don't plug in a projected actual amount that they would like to see, because it will fluctuate. So I just wanted to answer that question that was presented at our last board meeting. On page 65 is the last report, and that's our fund condition report, which is basically our savings account. which, I love to keep whole because that keeps us running. But this shows the amount of dollars available in the fund to indicate the fiscal health of our program and the duration in months the boards could operate if we didn't receive any further revenue. The fund continues to be in good standing. However, once we fill our vacant positions, you'll see the level gradually decrease in the subsequent years, but not to the extent where additional revenue needs to be considered. So currently, in looking at this report, for the actuals for last year, we actually have 4.8 million in the savings account, which with our small staff and everything and our expenses, we could operate for up to 21 months. But as you can see, I should say 21 months without any further revenue. But as you can see in outlying years, it gradually goes down. And like I said, when I fill up all the vacant positions that we have, that will go down even faster. But a good level to maintain is anywhere from, I like to say 6 to 12 months, in my personal opinion, just so that we keep a little bit of a cushion. Any questions on the budget report? Okay, moving on. I participated in the Department of Consumer Affairs September 2025 Leadership and DCA Directors Quarterly Meetings, where current issues affecting programs were discussed. I believe the board leadership and the president and the vice president are also invited to this and participated as well. I also conducted a town hall meeting in September, as previously stated, to obtain RDHAP licensee input to the proposed revisions to regulatory sections 1116 and 1116.5. It was a very productive meeting, and staff and stakeholders were able to explain their positions regarding the regulatory amendments. I continue to maintain good relations with the dental board and participated in their August and November board meetings with President Pacheco. I want to thank them for any assistance they provided while I was away from. I want to thank the dental board for any assistance they provided while I was away from the office on vacation, as they allowed a couple of people to come over and help with enforcement issues or just any problems that may arise. Our assistant executive officer, Albert Law, he was more than gracious to come over periodically just to check on staff. So I thank them for that. I really do enjoy the collaboration that we have between our two boards. And like I said earlier, I hope it continues for a long time moving forward. Yesterday, I received some surprising news, and you heard it from the DCA update through an email announcement that the DCA director, Kimberly Kirkmeyer, is retiring at the end of this year after a 35-plus year career under DCA. She's been a stable supporter of all DCA programs and a wealth of knowledge and experience. I wish her the best in her retirement and to have some fun and be with her family. I did want to bring up one issue as well. In looking over our personnel and with the increased, let's just say issues, good and bad, with our dental hygiene educational programs, I wanted to inform you all that I'm looking for potentially starting a second team of site visitors. I think the workload has increased substantially, not only just for regular site visits, but follow-up site visits, review of the reports that we receive from them. They're pretty extensive and elaborate, and the definite thing that I don't want to do is overwhelm our one team that we have. So that's an avenue that I'm going to look into. We do have a position that I can dedicate to creating for that, and so I'll be working on that as well. One item I did want to inform all the board members and remind the board about is that I believe we have a great staff. We're small but mighty, and it takes a lot of work to prepare the board meetings and complete all the daily program operations concurrently. I appreciate what they do for me and the board as a whole to complete our mission of consumer protection. That concludes my report, so I will take any questions. Thank you.
Are there any board member comments? Seeing none. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DC moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to the discussion and possible action on DHBC election of board officers and update on 2026 meeting dates. Agenda item number 8. I would ask Executive Officer Anthony Lim to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. So the normal routine is that on an annual basis, the board uses the November board meeting time slot for election of new board officers. And so since it's November, it's time to do so. Our personal recommendation is, as far as staff is concerned, is to maintain the current slate of officers if possible. And there's 2 reasons for that. The first is that next year we will be working on the legislative report, our sunset review, to be presented to the legislature towards the end of next year. And that takes a lot of staff dedicated work and collaboration with the president. And the current president that we have is experienced with that in her duties as a prior board member at another board, the dental board. And she's also experienced in viewing what we've provided in past sunset review reports. So that's staff's recommendation to do so, but it is the board's discretion as how they want to proceed with this. And so the first officer position that's up for nominations is the secretary position. And I have, just FYI, I reached out to Lolly since she's absent to see if she's open to be reappointed as the secretary, or if she's open not. And she basically just said, whatever the board's purview is, she'll follow that. So do I have any nominations for secretary?
I nominate member Agarwal for secretary.
Second.
Any other nominees? Okay. Any in-person public comment? On the nomination of Lolly Agarwal for secretary.
Wondering if we could
discuss
the entire slate and then, or do we just do this
Would
one?
you,
one
would you rather
position?
do the entire slate?
Sure.
What do you think? No.
Yeah.
Okay. We can, I was going to do it one by one, but
I
if you wanna-
also like to nominate member Hanson for vice president and member Pacheco for president.
is that okay with the rest of the board to handle them all at once rather than one by one? Okay. That's
Great.
fine by me.
Thank you.
I'll revise my second and offer the second to this motion.
Thank you very much. Okay, so now I'll re-request. Do we have any public comment of, or should I? Okay. Can I have board discussion on the nominations of Lolly Agarwal, Sonia Pat Hansen, and Joanne Pacheco, the current slate of officers, to continue for 2026? Any board discussion?
I just know that this requires an additional time commitment, and I appreciate the board members that are considering moving forward with this position.
I'll echo the comment that was made previously. I also do want to make note of the fact that before going into sunset review, as somebody who served in an executive committee during sunset review process, I want to make I am fully supportive of this slate, fully supportive, but I do want to make note of the fact that there's no public member that's represented in that executive committee. And I do want to make sure that there is some sort of note as part of the sunset review process, that there is some sort of plans in place to ensure that public members do participate as part of an executive committee in the future. So I'm fully supportive of this, but going into sunset review, we were asked that question previously when I served in an executive committee, and I just want to make sure that that is duly noted.
So noted. Thank you. Is there any in-person public comment? Seeing none. Is there any WebEx public comments? WebEx moderator, please open the portal for public comment.
Thank you, Executive Officer Lunn. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, this is Executive Officer Anthony Lum, and I will call the roll for the vote. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen.
Aye.
Sherman King. Michael Long. Aye. Justin Matthews.
Abstain.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala is absent. Lali Agarwal is absent. And Nicholas Kitwatch.
Aye.
Okay, the motion passes. So we have the same slate of officers, Joanne Pacheco as president, Sonia Pat Hansen as vice president, and Lali Agarwal as secretary. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I would just like to comment that it's an absolute privilege to serve my colleagues and to serve the Dental Hygiene Board of California. We will now move on to agenda item number 9.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Point of order. Are we going to discuss the meeting dates, which I believe fell
yes,
underneath
part of that.
agenda
That
item?
that
Okay.
is correct. Yes.
Sorry, I turned the page before not seeing that last aspect.
It's on page 68.
68. I apologize for this oversight. Yeah, so the what's listed on page 68 is the board meeting dates for 2026 that was agreed upon at the last November meeting. And just wanted to double check with the existing board members if these dates are still good, whether they need to be revised or any other situations. So please review them and let staff know if these are still good, and we'll get them posted on the website.
I did have a comment about the November meeting. It worked out very well to have our meeting closer to the Dental Board of California meeting, and just wanted to see what everyone's thought is about this particular weekend to have the meeting next year.
Yeah. I would agree, if to the extent possible, we can align it with the Dental Board of California meeting. I would fully support that. I also wanted to just make a caveat that I do not yet have my teaching calendar for the executive Masters in Public Health program that requires me to teach on Fridays or Saturdays. I have through the early part of 2026, but I've contacted the office to see what the November 2026, and I don't know if that's a conflict. So I just want to put the caveat that what is currently listed may be a conflict for me. may I ask one other point of, the other thing I wanted to encourage us to consider, and that is adding into the schedule a teleconference meeting to discuss legislation specifically. So can we discuss that now as part of this?
I think it would be future agenda item. Be placed on that.
Okay.
Because we still have March meetings that we can address that as well.
Okay. So let's hold off then to a future agenda item for that.
Executive Officer Anthony Lum, just to comment on the coinciding with the dental board meetings. It worked out great for this weekend. Three straight lovely board meetings was wonderful to participate in. But in looking at their schedule, they're doing Thursday and Friday, November 5th and 6th. We were fortunate for today's meeting that we weren't stacked with a ton of agenda items, because normally we do a 2-day meeting. So that may conflict with dental board's Friday meeting, unless, because we normally meet on the Saturday, and it would be November 7th, which would be if we had to do a 2-day meeting, it would be the 6th and the 7th, which overlaps with the dental board. I just wanted to put that out there. I mean, we can arrange the schedule. Just from prior experience, I don't advise to extend it to Sunday, because we had issues on a Sunday meeting in the past and we had to actually cancel that meeting. But if we can, I can't predict the future a year from now, but I would hope that our meeting would be one day to fit that schedule. But as the time gets closer, we can vote on it now and then determine it later.
So would we have an alternative weekend besides the 20th and 21st by looking at the calendar?
There's the 13th and 14th, which is the week after. But again, like this year, if there's a conflict, then what?
Yeah.
You had to attend.
It just seems to get more difficult as we get closer to the holiday.
Yeah, definitely. I agree.
So a weekend prior, yeah. Yeah, so the first choice would be to align with the dental board meetings if possible, and then if not, the following weekend.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And not November 20th and 21st.
Correct. Is there a motion to do so?
I second that motion to change the, or possibly change the meeting to that date, right?
Okay, so you want a motion to have the date changed for November 2026?
To the 13th and 14th.
The first choice is the 7th.
The 7th? Okay.
And then the second choice would be if we have to do a 2-day meeting of 13th and 14th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Totally in agree.
Did everybody understand that?
I'm blocking my calendar for both weekends. Is that what we're doing?
Potentially.
And when will we know? Like if it's going to require a second day and we're going to move the meeting?
We would probably know, a rough guess is I would say probably September of next year.
I would just also, that when we moved the meeting this year, it was, we considered the CDHA annual conference, which will probably be around the same time that time. So
yeah,
like I was hoping that we would be able to have a date and I could let them know what that is, or we would let them know what that is so they could work around our schedule as well. But wait,
they can have the 20th and 21st. We'll switch. We'll switch.
So yeah, okay.
But like I said, just to clarify, if we have board meeting agenda amounts to where it warrants a 1-day meeting, then we'll conduct it on the 7th. And the secondary time frame is for the 13th and 14th if we have to have 2-day meeting. hard to predict, but if we could temporarily block those days, and then as soon as I can let you all know on what day we can concretely have that November meeting, then we can work from that.
Perfect. So it'll be to be determined.
Yeah, we can leave it at TBD. Yeah, March is a little soon because depending on the issues, I would say more of our July meeting.
Yeah.
Might be able to nail that down a little bit better.
Mhm.
Is that fair for the board members to update at the July meeting? I mean, that's as close as I can get without it be another official meeting.
Yeah. It will probably also depend on if things get moved due to sunset review, if some of the action items that need to be discussed get moved into that November meeting. So my sense is that certainly by July, but maybe even earlier than that, we would have some indication, but
Most definitely. Well, I know for sure in the past, the sunset review report to the legislature is usually due by December 1st. They have extended that to January, the beginning of 2027 in January before. I don't know if they'll do that this year.
let's try to get it done
fluctuates
before
year to
that.
year.
Yeah.
But what the plan is for the report is to have a draft ready for review at July. And then the board will have the final review at November to finalize it to be submitted to the legislature. It's okay. Is the motion to maintain November's as TBD? To be determined?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or revisions needed for the other board meeting times, dates? Right now, we have Friday, March 27th to the 28th, and we also have Friday and Saturday, July 17th to the 18th.
July probably not good for me if they can move. Can they move to August? August. But
Well,
that's only one person, so it's okay.
yeah, the July meeting dates were specifically identified for our third meetings just because of the timing with the legislative bills.
Okay.
Yeah, because by August, it's too late to perform any actions against legislation.
Oh.
Any other comments on the meeting dates? Okay, so the first two meetings for March and July will maintain those dates, and then November's is to be determined. And again, there's no unless there's action, which we've discussed, there isn't any. This is an update on these meeting dates. So thank you. Is there any in-person public comment on our meeting dates? Seeing none. WebEx moderator, could you see if there's any online public comment on our meeting dates?
Thank you, Executive Officer Lum. If any member of the public would like to comment on the meeting dates, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3 will give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. I now return the floor to the president.
Thank you. Do we need to vote on those dates at all or anything? No? Okay. All right, very good. We will move on to agenda item 9, discussion and possible action on updating the board member procedural manual. I would like to ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, Madam President. Agenda item 9, it was requested at, I believe, the last board meeting to review and update our board member procedural manual. It is an in-depth document that was actually updated in 2022. So new updates that were requested. Staff recommends for the board to create an ad hoc committee to address this and then bring it back to the board for review and approval, whatever the changes are. And so I would ask the board members to look at that aspect and suggestion from staff.
Can I make a motion?
Yes, please.
I recommend for the board to create an ad hoc committee of 2 board members to address the update and revision of the board member procedure manual and bring back the draft of the manual at future board meeting for board consideration.
Matthews, second.
Is there any board member discussion?
This is Julie Elginer. I fully support this, and thank you, Anthony, for bringing this forward. I'm almost positive it was me that recommended that this be added to the agenda, so I appreciate you doing that. In reviewing the materials and by sharing this, in no way am I self-selecting to or self-nominating to be on this, but I do want to add that there are 4 specific items that I had identified, and so I am sure there are more, but I wanted to just encourage whomever it is that serves on this committee to seek input from all members so we can have some revisions made. So thank you for the consideration of doing this.
Were you volunteering, Julie?
No, I am already on several ad hoc committees, including the penalty task force, which, as was reported earlier, we have already met 7 times and likely will be meeting at a minimum 7 or more. So I want to just say that I think this is an important undertaking. I don't know that I personally have the bandwidth to be on the subcommittee, but to the extent that people are willing to serve, I am happy to provide my comments and my recommended for changes.
Do we have any other volunteers?
Michael Long, I can work on it. Assuming someone's going to join me. Maybe Lolly. Can we elect Lolly?
The people that we got.
What you get here? Yeah. Dr. Connelly.
Yeah, no, she didn't volunteer. No, so far we got Michael.
I'll volunteer for the subcommittee.
Thank you.
Can I just add a recommendation? It might be easiest if we drop this into a Google Doc where people can add comments and recommended changes. And that's fairly easy to facilitate. So I just wanted to, again, say thank you. And please don't misunderstand me that I'm trying to shirk work. I just know that I am already participating as several subcommittees. So I just don't think I could take that on.
Thank you for your comments. Any other board member discussion? Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none. Are there any WebEx public comments? DC moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Yes, Executive Officer would like to make a comment.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just one comment about using a commonly shared box is that we have to limit the sharing of information officially through that box to just the 2 members. Otherwise, if we have more than 2, it's should be noticed like a public meeting. So just to make everybody aware of that.
As a follow-up then, how best to submit comments and recommendations for changes if we are not on that subcommittee?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. The best way is to let the ad hoc committee do their functions, revisions, what have you. And when they bring it back to the board as a draft, that's the time to add in information. It may not take that long to update the board member procedural manual, but it could take 2-3 meetings. It just depends on how much needs to be changed.
I could suggest
Go ahead, Justin.
I could suggest an alternative method would be that would not violate, I don't think, the rules. If each person that wanted to comment had their own document, like a Word document, they could send that to one of the committee members, or someone could pull them together, and then you could see the comments, but it wouldn't be like a live interactive process. I don't know. Does that violate?
Kind of. When this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer, that sounds like parallel to like a serial meeting.
Okay.
So it's something I get it that we want to get this completed quickly because I'm hoping that there's not too many revisions, but at the same time we still have to follow the proper procedures without voiding the Open Meetings Act. So
Since it's an agendized item now, can I offer my comments that I have available since we are discussing it? Okay.
Sounds good.
So I'll refer everyone to the full meeting materials then, which include the current version of the manual, and I'll add a few things. The first is on, let's see, I believe it's on page 1. So let me just pull this up. It has to do with, okay, yes, it's at the bottom on page 72, which is the equivalent of page 1 of the manual specifically, but it's on our full meeting materials of page 72. It has to do with if a member resigns, the individual, what is instructed in here is the resigning member shall send a letter to the governor notifying the governor of the member's resignation of the effective date. I do want to make note that right before that, we noticed the fact that not all members are appointed by the governor. So that resignation should go to the appointing body, not just specifically to the governor. The second is, let's see, on page, what is 9 of the manual? So let me get to that. Yes, page 9, which is page on our full meeting materials, page 80. It describes I want to add, and this would be part of our future agenda item, but I do want to encourage that we build into this procedure that we have a legislative teleconference that is part of our standard meeting dates. And this is commensurate with SB 470 that passed this last year that extended the ability to be able to conduct teleconferences through 2030. This is specifically in line with the fact that due to the legislative calendar, we need to be meeting in May to discuss pieces of legislation. And if you take a look at the very first line of the purpose of this organization, it lists to pursue legislation. So this is page 1 of the manual on the full meeting material 72. The first bullet point of the following the Dental Hygiene Board of California's responsibilities is to pursue legislation. And if we are not meeting between March and July to discuss the status of legislation, we're not fulfilling our obligation that is part of our responsibility. So I want to add, as we'll discuss as a future agenda item, the need for building in a May teleconference specifically for legislation. And to the extent that that is approved, I'd like to see that added to this manual. The next line item is, or the area is around the training that is required. So this is, I begin this under training and certification requirements, page 76, and continues on from there. I wanted to just encourage a revision to include some sort of a language that allows for DCA to add changes, which we heard about today. There will be a new implicit bias training that is required now. So some sort of language that says that these updates are commensurate with or in line with whatever DCA requires. Because otherwise we'd be updating this manual every single time there's some sort of change. So I wanted to just make that request that is in line with any DCA changes. And the last recommendation I have for right now is that I would like to encourage as a standard practice that appointed members of this board have a responsibility to disclose to licensed members when they are getting their own teeth cleaned by a dental hygienist that they are a member of the Dental Hygiene Board of California, given that we have a or that we're governing their license. So my very first meeting, I asked that question, if there is an ethical responsibility to disclose that we are on the Dental Hygiene Board, and I would like us to consider adding that as a line item or as an area.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just for clarification, so you're saying if a board member goes to have their teeth cleaned, they need to identify themselves to that licensee that they are a board member?
I do think so, yeah.
But at that time, I'm a patient representing myself.
Correct, but invariably that person is conducting a professional obligation to you, and I think that they should just know that you're on the Dental Hygiene Board that governs their license.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just a question. How would that, by divulging that information, how does that change the professional treatment aspect for the licensee?
It shouldn't, but at the same time, in the same way that if you're on a contractor's board, I think that a professional obligation, if somebody's coming to do work for you and you're on the contractor's board, is to let them know, I do want to let you know that I'm on the contractor's board. I think there's just and we can have a larger discussion about that, but from my standpoint as a consumer, I feel like people have a responsibility to disclose if they are governing someone's license.
Wouldn't HIPAA protect us? We're going in as patients.
I'm not really sure what the HIPAA protection would be, though.
Basically, just the confidentiality. I'm trying to just fit the two together. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I'm just trying to fit the two together as far as the reasoning for divulging that you're a board member when you're obtaining dental hygiene services. I get your point with like contractors and everything, but their laws may be totally different and probably are than what our requirements are. And I just can't see your same vision as far as the requirement to do what you're requesting.
I would not want to be declined services because I'm on the board.
Why would you, do you think you would be declined?
They might be afraid. Sure.
Licensees look at Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Licensees look at this board as, the ultimate authority per se over their license. And that could intimidate practitioners.
Couldn't you argue that it also adds to transparency? If there is a concern that this board is not necessarily punitive, but is, perhaps off limits, that instead allowing for people to be able to engage with members of the board as part of their practice?
I just wouldn't want to be treated any differently because I'm a board member. I just want to be a patient.
Hanson here.
It's all-
Going on to that kind of same conversation into it, if you're temping as a hygienist, should you also tell the temping dentist that you're part of the board, kind of equal to that? Then they'll go, oh, we don't want that temping person because she's on the board, she might be coming to conspire on us. I don't know, it kind of like, will be kind of like the same episode of divulging all information to a provider versus an employee. Yeah, I'm just being a devil's advocate. If that is will be, then will consequently carry to that position as well.
And I think during that appointment, I'm not representing the board in any way, shape, or form. I am not there to take a look at what they're doing. I am strictly there as a patient on their schedule for the day.
Yeah, this is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I think we're straying off the path of the agenda item. If you want to bring it up as a future agenda item to look at this, even though it's part of the board member procedural manual, I think the subject matter is just going a little astray.
That's fine.
What the purpose of our manual is.
My comment was specifically to add it to the manual. So that's why I brought it up as part of that discussion. That's all.
Okay.
I'm happy to have it as a future discussion, but it was within the confines of adding it to our procedure manual.
Thank you, Julie.
Those are my 4 areas of edits as of right now.
Are there any other board member discussions?
This is Member Quach. I wasn't at the last meeting, so I'm curious if EO Lum could provide context on what direction the board is looking for the ad hoc committee to go in. Is it more smoothing the manual out, or is it an overhaul of the manual?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. That's what staff is inquiring with this and creation of the ad hoc committee is to go into our board member procedural manual. And if it comes out to be an extensive cleanup, then so be it. But if it's just minor tweaks, that could be in play as well. All the above. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Quach. Are there any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments?
This is Board Counsel Eve England. Just wanted to ask the maker of the motion if they want to amend that motion to add the names of the 2 board members that had volunteered to be part of this ad hoc committee
Yes.
before we go to vote,
Yes.
or before we take public comment before the vote.
Yes. Okay, are there any WebEx public comments? DC moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please click on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, press *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. All right, I don't see any requests for comments. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion before the board is for the board to create an ad hoc committee of 2 board members consisting of Mr. Kit Quach and Mr. Michael Long to address the update and revision of the board member procedural manual. Will board staff Crystal Ueyama please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item?
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lali Agrawal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen.
Aye.
Sherman King. Michael Long. Justin Matthews.
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kit Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 10, discussion and possible action on legislation and regulatory committee report and recommendations. And this would be Mr. Michael Long.
This is Michael Long, the committee's chair, to present the Legislation and Regulatory Committee report. Because there were action items that require individual recommendations, I'm going to report each item separately. On the informational only items, a summary will be provided at the end of my report. First, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee established a quorum and asked for public comment for items not on the agenda. There were no public comments. Next, in the morning, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee discussed and took action on Legislation and Regulatory Agenda Item 4, discussion and possible action on amendments to California Code of Regulations CCR Title 16, Sections 1116 Mobile Dental Hygiene Clinics, issuance of approval, and 1116.5 Registered Dental Hygienist and Alternative Practice Physical Facility Registration. Dr. Petty informed the Legislation and Regulatory Committee that the board was advised of some confusion regarding the requirements for registration of physical facilities as a standalone practice versus registration of physical facilities to maintain portable equipment for registered dental hygienists and alternative practice, RDHAPs. Additionally, while preparing the package for submission, the department reviewed and public comment. Board staff became aware of a conflict definition in the regulatory text and the underlying statute. Due to the public comments received and in the interest of transparency, the board held a town hall meeting on September 12, 2025. The goal of this meeting was to obtain stakeholders' input so staff can put forth regulations that are easily understood and implemented, as regulations provide specific direction for board staff to implement and provisions of board-based laws and legislative approved and the legislature approved. Staff revised the proposed language for clarity and is included under Legislation and Regulatory Committee Agenda Item 4 on pages 13 through 43 in the Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting materials package.
This is Pepper Member Sherman King. I motion to pass the report. Okay. I recommend it for the full board to approve the proposed amended language and the form for 16 CCR section 1116 and 1116.5 and direct staff to submit the text to the Director of Department of Consumer Affairs and the Business Consumer Services and the Housing Agency for review. If the board does not receive any comments providing objectives or advice recommendations specifically directed to the proposed action or to the procedures followed by the board, In proposing or adopting the actions, the board authorized the executive officer to take all steps necessary to initiate the rulemaking process, make any technical or substantive changes to the package, and set the matter for hearing if requested. If after 45 days public comment period, no advice comments are received and no public hearing is requested, the board authorized the executive officer to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process and adopt the proceeded regulations as described in text notice for 16 CCR section 1116 and 1116.5.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Matthew, second.
Thank you. Is there any board member discussion? Hearing none. Are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now vote on the motion. Will board staff Crystal Uyama please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item?
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen.
Aye.
Sherman King. Michael Long.
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kit Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. And Mr. Long, will you continue?
Next, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee reviewed Legislation and Regulatory Agenda Item 6. Discussion and possible action on proposed amendments to the Business and Professions Code. Small a, add section 1915.1. Dental hygiene students participating in sponsored healthcare events, access to care. Little b, amend section 1926.3 RDH APs to report working locations for board statistics. Little c, amend section 1941 accrediting agencies for dental hygiene educational programs. Little b, add section 1961.5 post board enforcement actions on website and executive office citation removal. Executive Officer Lum reported that at the November 15-16, 2024 full board meeting, the members engaged in a robust discussion regarding amending BPC sections 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941, and 1961.5. The full board approved the final draft of proposed statutory language amendments for BPC sections 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941, and 1961.5, and directed the staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2025. He stated that unfortunately the board staff was unable to obtain an author for 2025 and requested for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee to review the amended statutory language and reaffirm the changes are warranted. Additionally, he requested that if the Legislation and Regulatory Committee reaffirm the changes are warranted, for the Legislation and Regulatory Committee recommend to the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendments for BPC sections 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941, and 1961.5, and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026. The proposed language The proposed language is included under Legislation and Regulatory Committee Agenda Item 6 on pages 49 through 56 in the Legislation and Regulatory Committee Meeting Materials Package.
Thank you. Is there a board member motion?
This is Elginer. I move for the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendments for BPC sections 1915.1, 1926.3, 1941. Oh, yes, 1961.5 and 1950.1. Is that where we landed? And direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026.
Thank you. Is there a second?
This is Quach, second.
Is there any board member discussion? Hearing none. Is there any in-person public comment?
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just for clarification, for the motion as opposed to what was read in the report, we also added 1950.1 to separate out the executive officer's ability to remove a citation. So just for point of clarity. Thank you.
Any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. So the motion before the board is motion for the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendments for BPC sections 1915.1, also 1950.1, 1926.3, 1941, and 1961.5, and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2026. Will board staff, Crystal Uyama, please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Aye. Sherman King. Michael Long.
Aye.
Justin Matthews.
Aye.
Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kit Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you.
Lastly, the Legislation and Regulatory Committee was advised on the informational only items, including Leg-Reg Committee Agenda Item 3, update and regulatory town hall meeting minutes for CCR Section 1116 and 1116.5, Leg-Reg Committee Agenda Item 5, status of Dental Hygiene Board of California regulatory packages, Leg-Reg Committee Agenda Item 7, legislative update, discussion of 2025 bills of interest, and legislative calendar. Additionally, the committee approved Leg-Reg Committee Agenda Item 8, discussion and possible action of the July 19th, 2025 Legislation and Regulatory Committee meeting minutes, and the Leg-Reg Committee Agenda Item 9, future agenda items. There were no future agenda items suggested. That is the end of my report.
Thank you. Is there any board member discussion? Hearing none. Is there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Is there a board member motion to accept the full Legislation and Regulatory Committee report? Please identify yourself and make the motion.
This is Julie Elginer. As a member of the Ledge Reg Committee, I move for the full board to accept the Legislation Regulatory Committee's report.
Thank you. And a second?
Long, I second.
Any member discussion? Seeing none, any in-person comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. I see no request for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion for the full board is to accept the Legislation and Regulatory Committee's report. Will board staff Crystal Uyama please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item?
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Wally Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Sherman King. Michael Long. Justin Matthews. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kit Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 11, discussion and possible action on Education Committee report and recommendations. I, as chair of the Education Committee, will present this agenda item. We also had individual action items to address, like the Legislation and Regulatory Committee, so they'll be reported individually. A summary of the informational items will be provided at the end of my report. First, we establish a quorum and ask for public comment for agenda items not on the agenda, and there were not any public comments. Next, the Education Committee addressed agenda item 4 regarding discussion and possible action on board acceptance of the revised accreditation nomenclature pursuant to the United States Department of Education. On February 20th of 2020, the United States Department of Education sent a letter to state leaders notifying that as the USDE holds all accrediting agencies to the same standards, the distinctions between the regional and national accrediting agencies are unfounded, and that the USDE will no longer use the term regional or national to refer to an accrediting agency, and that the USDE will distinguish only between institutional and programmatic accrediting agencies. At the board's November 15, 2024, the Education Committee, the members engaged in a robust discussion regarding amending BCP Section 1941 to align with the USDE accreditation agency terminology. The Education Committee approved the proposed draft statutory language for BPC Section 1941 and recommended to the full board to consider, complete, and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendment for BPC Section 1941. The full board approved the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendment for BPC Section 1941 and directed staff to seek sponsored legislation for 2025. However, staff was unable to obtain legislation in 2025. The proposed language is included under Education Committee Item 4 on page 12 in the Education Committee meeting materials packet. Is there any board member motion? Please identify yourself and make the motion.
This is Long. I move for the Education Committee to review the amended statutory language and reaffirm the change is warranted. If the Education Committee reaffirms the change is warranted, staff requests the Education Committee to recommend to the full board to reaffirm and approve the final draft of the proposed statutory language amendment for BPC Section 1941 and direct staff to seek sponsored legislation in 2026.
Is there a second?
Mr. Sherman, I second the motion.
Thank you. Any board member discussion? Seeing none, is there any in-person public comments? I think we've warned you guys out. You're not coming up. Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please click on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, press *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. The motion is before the board, and I am going to ask Crystal Uyama to call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item.
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Lolly Agarwal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Sherman King. Michael Long. Justin Matthews. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kit Quach.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. Next, I would like to present my report on the Education Committee's informational items, which were Education Agenda Item 3, report from the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Penalty Rubric Task Force, and Agenda Item 5, Dental Hygiene Educational Program Site Visit Update and Schedule. Since the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Penalty Rubric Task Force conducted their first meeting on June 4th, 2025, the task force has met 7 times and categorized the violations utilizing the factors as outlined in 16 CCR section 1104.3, which include nature and severity of the violation, length of time that has passed since the date of the violation, consequences of the violation, including potential to harm or actual patient harm, history of previous violations of similar nature, evidence that the violation was willful, gravity of the violation, and the extent to which the cited dental hygiene educational program has remediated the deficiencies. Along with categorizing the aforementioned factors, the task force discussed the frequency of the violations discovered at DHEPs, along with the discussions on timeframes and penalties for the dental hygiene educational programs, which shall be given to remediate violations and deficiencies, providing structure to a potentially perceived subjective determination. The next task force meeting is scheduled for November 21st, 2025, and continued meetings will occur until the draft rubric is ready for the Education Committee's review. For the Dental Hygiene Educational Program Site Visit Update and Schedule, Dr. Petty reported on the current compliance status of Pasadena City College, Taft College, Concordia Career College San Diego, Cerritos College, Concordia Career College Garden Grove, Concordia Career College San Bernardino, and West Coast University and Diablo Valley College. She also provided an update on the Dental Hygiene Educational Program site visit schedule. Lastly, the committee approved the Education Committee Agenda Item 6, discussion and possible action on the July 19th, 2025 Education Committee meeting minutes, and Agenda Item 7, future agenda items that were suggested, which were to develop a task force for the educators, and then from there, a committee of some sort to discuss the educational program requirements at a future time. And CODA standards, to align with CODA standards. And this is the end of my report. Is there any board member discussion? Is there any in-person public comments? Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please click on the hand icon next to your name or press *3 to raise your hand if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. All right, I see a raised hand from Tonette Steep. Tonette, you should see a prompt to unmute.
Yeah, Tonette Steve Davila College. I would just like to be considered to be part of that task force, please.
So noted. Thank you, Tonette.
All right, I see no further requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. Is there a board member motion to accept the full Education Committee report? Please identify yourself and make the motion.
Sonia Hansen, I move to the board to accept the Education Committee full report.
And is there a second?
This is Sherman. I second the motion.
Thank you. Is there any in-person public comments? Are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you have called in, press *3. We'll give you a moment. I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. So the motion for the board is to accept the Education Committee's full report. Will staff, Crystal Uyama, please call the roll and record the votes for this agenda item?
This is Crystal Uyama, and I will now call the roll. Wally Agrawal, absent. Julie Elginer.
Aye.
Sonia Pat Hansen. Sherman King.
Aye.
Michael Long. Justin Matthews. Joanne Pacheco.
Aye.
Sridevi Panala, absent. Nicholas Kitwatch.
Aye.
The motion has passed.
Thank you. We'll now move on to agenda item 12, enforcement update, statistical report, informational only. I would ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you, President Pacheco. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. The enforcement statistics for the quarter ending September 2025, consisting of complaint cases, investigation cases, citation and fines issued, and the current number of probation cases for the quarter, like I said, ending September 2025, is shown on pages 96 to 97 of the meeting materials. And on those statistics, are there any questions? Just to clarify, the reason why it ends as of September 30th, 2025 is that we report them out on a quarterly basis. Okay, hearing no questions, I'll move on. Oh, that's it for that agenda item, isn't it?
Mhm.
Okay.
Excuse me. Yes.
Yes.
I do have one quick question. In reference to the vacancies that the team has been experiencing, is it impacting our enforcement unit?
It is, to a certain extent, of course, because absentee of a special investigator, those cases, although, they need to be investigated. However, thankfully, we haven't received any seriously egregious cases. If that were the case, we would make arrangements with the dental board to use their investigators to look at our cases. But for now, the special investigator advertisement is ready to go, and that will be advertised soon because it takes a while to find individuals who qualify for the special investigator. Mm-hmm.
Are there any other board member comments? Are there any in-person comments? Seeing none, DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name or pressing *3 if you've called in. We'll give you a moment. I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer again. Sorry, I was just reviewing my notes, and there's one other comment that I wanted because I was anticipating a question like this. The existing enforcement staff that we have, we've been working diligently to also cross-train them. So individuals, they're not just working in silos anymore. like our probation monitoring. Other individuals are covering those aspects as far as continuing to monitor to make sure everybody stays on track. So just want to let the board know that although we have some vacancies in the enforcement unit, that the work still continues, and our staff, our wonderful staff, has been continually monitoring it and staying abreast of all the situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lum. We will now move on to agenda item 13, licensing, continuing education, audits, and examination updates, statistical reports. And again, I'd like to ask Executive Officer Anthony Lum to present this agenda item.
Thank you. The licensing, law and ethics examination, and CE audit statistics for the quarter ending September 2025 are on pages 99 to 109 in the meeting materials for your review. The breakdown of the statistics is as follows. Applications received are on page 99. The information on the law and ethics examination is on page 100. The dental hygiene licensee population and definitions is on pages 101 to 102. The delinquent license statistics are on page 103. Registered dental hygienist state population by county is on pages 104 to 105. And registered dental hygienist and alternative practice state population by county is on pages 106 to 107. And the continuing education audits is on page 108 to 109. Despite our efforts in trying to inform the licensee populations, unfortunately, I'm going to jump down to the continuing education audits because that's kind of a main thing that overlaps with our enforcement efforts. The fail rate continues to be right around 40%. No matter how much information we put out there, inform people, cite and find them, what have you. It still is being maintained at that constant level. So it's taken a little bit longer for maybe the word to get out that we are auditing licensees, and hopefully, those failure rates will come down soon. Thank you. Oh, any questions on the statistics for licensing and examinations?
I'd like to make a comment, and I have a question.
Sure.
On our website, the information for continuing education information is a great addition. I reviewed that, and there's a lot of good information. I also noticed that the CDHA now has that attached to their website too. So we should hopefully more hygienists will track and share, review that information. On page 108, on the continuing education audits, the chart, I'm curious on the pending, the line, the row with pending from 2023 to 2024 is 37. Can you give me an idea what would keep an audit pending for a couple years?
I'm just scrolling to that
page 108.
108?
Yeah, under it's the chart.
Oh, many times when we're conducting audits, although we have an address of record for that individual, it may not be as current as we would like. They may have moved away. They may have just decided, for whatever reason, not to update their address of record with us. We get that frequently, that they never received our notices or what have you. So a lot of those are in that pending category. Just be aware that if you are in that category and you are failing an audit, we do put a hold on the next license renewal.
Yeah.
So until they abide by what the audit requires them to complete, they cannot renew the license moving forward.
Thank you.
One comment on the chart in the table next to it. Yeah, pending, it's 10%. Total, okay, yeah. Okay. Well, I withdraw that.
Accepted. Thank you.
Okay.
Any other board member comments? Any other in-person comments?
See, there's more on the agenda. We're awake. Hello, Tuka Zokai from the California Dental Association. When looking at the rate of active registered dental hygienist licensees and how that growing rate compares to dentist licensees, some napkin math shows that licensed dentists that are active are growing at about 144% the rate of registered dental hygienists since 2023. So an example, like since 2023, there's 965 new active dentist licensees compared to 349 dental hygienist licensees at the same time frame. And at the dental board meeting yesterday on November 7th, there was a request to look at the distribution of licensees and with some new HCI or healthcare access and information data by a presentation to the board. In 2026, they're exploring workforce. So I raise this to encourage the board, while we're on this agenda item and the next agenda item, looking at new and future items. CDA requests the board to consider a review of licensee growth and distribution, and in comparison with other dental licensees. We know that with the newly accredited dental school in California, as well with North State, we're going to see probably a growing dental licensee population. And we want to look at both the, we are a dental team and we have multiple different licensees that work on the team. And we want to look at that growth, distribution, and care access. So that's all I have to say.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Staff is in agreement with that. We were trying to get the data as much as possible. However, there are caveats with the information, how it's currently gathered, because some of the data is used based upon it's a voluntary survey that the licensees complete for HCI. And if the survey is not completed all the way through, some of the data may be skewed as far as the information received, because the information that they ask. And I was going to obtain a copy of that and provide a sample so you can see what's actually being asked. But many licensees only partially complete it. And it's not a requirement. It's a voluntary survey. And so I don't know how we can accurately accumulate the data that we're actually looking for without doing something like what we're trying to do in law with the RDHAPs, as far as reporting their work locations, every license renewal. And once we get it in law, that's going to be a mandate. But with licensees only reporting partial data, it's difficult to get accurate information. As far as because we were confronted with that question yesterday when we presented at the dental boards meetings, the dentist population in comparison to the dental hygiene population. And in a rough guesstimate with the numbers that are out there, I reported to them that roughly we have a constant roughly 20,000 active licensees, plus or minus every year. And their board indicated that they have close to 40,000 licensees as far as dentists are concerned. So in a rough guesstimate, it was like a 2-to-1 dentist to dental hygienist. One thing that we have to keep in mind is not all dentists hire dental hygienists. So it's something, and the breakout throughout the state is parallel, like with other professional licensees, in that they kind of tend to congregate in the populated areas. So the rural areas we know are suffering and they need assistance. I'm really glad that we do have the RDHAP category to go out there and do those things and are designated for those areas, especially with the new mobile dental hygiene clinic regulations coming in line. I hope more RDHAPs jump on board to get on that and provide their services to underserved areas. But it's an ongoing mission to get accurate statistics for this board and also to report it out to the dental board. So it's on our radar and we'll be working on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other board member comments? We called for public comments. Are there any WebEx comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We'll give you a moment. I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We will now move on to agenda item 14.
Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to request that we revisit number 9, the board member manual. I have one more thing to add before we leave that conversation. I apologize. I forgot to add this before. So I'd like to direct everyone to pages 86, starting on page 86, and then following 87 of our full meeting materials. I'd like to recommend to the ad hoc committee that a section be added that clarifies, much like the explanation of enforcement terms, I'd like there to be an explanation of legislative terms, and that would include things like positions that we take on bills. So watch, support, support if amended, oppose unless amended, and also some regulatory terms, given the fact that this board is reviewing both legislation and regulation. I'd like to make a recommendation that added to this manual is an explanation of leg-reg terms.
So noted. Thank you, Dr. Ellinger. Yes. Mr. Long.
I also just wanted to revisit the future meeting agenda item. It just was brought to my attention that the CDHA House of Delegates is on next year on June 6th through the 8th. Just wanted.
Oh, November 6th through 8th.
Yeah. So just wanted to let the board be aware of that.
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Those dates, I believe, overlap dental board meetings. Just, yeah.
I believe we tentatively put one of our dates for that Saturday as well. So
The
just
7th.
Yeah.
Yes. It's TBD. But thank you for those dates. Yes. Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item 14. Future agenda items. Are there any board member recommendations for future agenda items other than the topics that we have listed thus far? Yes.
I do. In addition to the adding the teleconference to legislation meeting, I'd like to encourage us to consider reviving the licensing and education committee as well as the enforcement committees, given the staff vacancies, and see if there is an opportunity for board members to perhaps be providing guidance and or oversight in those areas if needed. Just reconsider whether we need to revive those two committees. The second that I'd like to add is encouraging our executive officer team, which is fabulous, to participate on ad hoc committees as well as our existing committees. I know that those will be under consideration by the president starting next year, especially going into sunset review. So to the extent that all 3 members of our executive committee team can lean into those ad hoc committees as well as our constituted committees. Those are my areas of future agenda items.
Thank you. Any other, you got a comment or question? Yes.
Just for clarity. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. Just for clarification on that last suggestion, actually I have two clarifications. Encourage EO team to participate in ad hoc committees.
Yeah, so all 3 of our executive that we voted on, so Lolly, Pat, and Joanne, encouraging all 3 of them to the extent that we have ad hoc committees that are added, which we've been doing several times throughout my last year on the board, as well as our 2 existing committees, encouraging participation and or placement on those committees.
So what you're recommending is to place the the officers onto an ad hoc committee? Is that what encouraging participation? Because we can only have 2 members.
No,
of
no.
ad hoc.
Like, for example, today we had an opportunity for people to volunteer to be part of an ad hoc committee to review the manual. And my suggestion is only to the extent that we have all 3 of our executive officers. If there are opportunities for an ad hoc committee, I would just encourage all 3 to consider leaning into those opportunities. I know that there can only be 2, but whether it's on a, you know, a task force, an ad hoc committee, something like that, to lean into the opportunity to volunteer for those as it comes up.
Okay. Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. We can definitely look into that. The second clarification that I have is in regards to bringing back the other 2 committees. They haven't gone away. We just, I just don't, and in discussion with the president as well, and for board meeting efficiency, they're not agendized unless they have an action item. Otherwise, all you're going to receive is an update, which we can give to the full board. So that's the reason why the other 2 committees have not been agendized for quite a while, because all it would be, and we went through this years ago, where those particular committees that didn't have any action items were just basically updates.
And I was only asking, given the board vacancies, is there, I'm just asking, is it worthwhile to consider reviving those committees to perhaps offset some of the work that typically staff would be doing as part of those roles? And if the answer is no, then the answer is no. I'm just curious if there's an opportunity to reconsider reviving the active engagement of those committees, given the vacancies that have been shared over the last year.
Yeah, Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding on the overlap. The committees are for the board members to participate in. And staff does the work in preparation for those committees. It's not something where, you know, let's just say, as an example, our enforcement staff, they would like to do some of the staff work due to our vacancies. That's not what the board members should be doing. That's all staff work. I appreciate the offer, but it's something where we just need to fill our vacancies as quickly as possible. So that way we have adequate staff to address those issues. But I see your point in that because of the potential, you know, lack or perception of lack of items getting done. But if that was the case, then, you know, our numbers would not maintain the way that they are.
Yeah. And I'll give you I guess my rationale was we've talked for the last 6 months or so around either the CE failure rate or the ethics failure rate and the concern that we've had over that. And so my thought was only, is there an opportunity for either of the 2 committees to dive deeper into that to perhaps come up with some recommendations to address those concerns?
Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. In those 2 scenarios, it's really not anything that the board can do. Failing the law and ethics exam, that a lot of it, as I explained previously in prior board meetings, that's all on the students to be able to prepare properly and be ready for that exam. As far as the CE audits are concerned and failing those, that's on the licensees. That's outside of the board's control. So we've done our due diligence in regards to informing licensees and trying to inform students as well, graduating students, about how to prepare for the law and ethics exam. But like I explained before, there was a couple of outreach sessions that I was at, and students do not take the law and ethics exam seriously. When we had a clinical exam, they focused on that and basically, you know, just kind of wrote off the law and ethics exam. But it's not until they fail the first or second time that they realize that I'm not getting my license yet until I pass this exam, and then they take it seriously. And my staff talk to them all the time because they call us regularly, they email us, and we explain to them with standard verbiage that you need to take this exam seriously if you want your license. It's a final step in order to get that license. And once they pass that, we issue the license. So the items, I appreciate, the offer for individuals to help staff, but those two specific examples are something outside of the board's control.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other board member comments? Yes, Mr. Matthews.
I have a future agenda item suggestion. I know I'm leaving the board this month, but I think it'd be prudent for the board to keep their eye on the number of stipulated settlement disciplinary orders that we receive. As a board, we are reading proposed settlements and disciplinary orders for licensees. And I've been on the board for 3 years. Last year, we had 15 cases that we had to review in 2024, where we are sent information and we have to vote to adopt a decision that was written by I believe the Attorney General's office in some cases. So in 2024, we had 15 cases. In 2025, we had 28 cases. We were averaging one every 10 days. And just in terms of like scheduling, I reserve like my Saturday or Sunday morning to do those because you have to read through all the material, blah, blah, blah. I'm suggesting that this board, this body, keep an eye on that because to me, that is work that we're doing that we're not being remunerated for.
Agree.
I know we get a per diem, which is $100 per day for being here. But if the numbers continue to rise, you're going to average doing this more than 28 times a year. And if you're going to expect people to read the material and have interest in doing it and take their time to do it, I think that there needs to be some mechanism to have the board members be remunerated for that work. Now, looking at the budget numbers, if you look at the per diem overtime lump sum line item for the budget this year, we are at $6,900 on a $24,000 budget line with a $17,000 balance. So I'm not saying that there's no money to do this, but throwing a couple extra per diem days to the board members to do this work that is done off the clock might be something that the board might want to talk about doing. Because I just see a trend of increasing work. So that would be my suggestion.
Okay.
This is Anthony Lum, Executive Officer. I'll definitely look into that. I don't know if there's anything prohibiting it because that's the first time it's ever been asked. The understanding normally is that, board members do these things in giving back to the community. However, I understand, with your increased personal time being taken away, if we do have an increase in the number of cases and things like that. So I'll definitely research it and see what I can come back with. Thank you.
Yeah, and I did bring this up in the first year of my time here, but it was not like the answer at that point was no. So I'm going to say I'm going to bring it up again because I think it's important. I mean, if it falls under our official duty, there are other DCA boards that have that outlined as their official duty, and I think it should be. So I leave it up to you guys, but you all should advocate for your time spent on the board.
Okay, any other board member comments? Seeing none, are there any in-person public comments? Seeing none, are there any WebEx public comments? DCA moderator, would you please facilitate the hand raise feature for public comment?
Thank you, Madam President. If any member of the public would like to comment, please raise your hand by clicking on the hand icon next to your name, or if you've called in, pressing *3. We are displaying instructions and we'll give you a moment. I see no requests for comment. Madam President, I return the floor back to you.
Thank you. We are now on agenda item 15, and there is no closed session for this meeting, so we will move to agenda item 16. But before the adjournment, I would just like to say have a happy holiday season to everyone. Be safe, and of course, we'll see you back here in the spring, but we will adjourn this meeting at 3:02, and I was informed I'm 2 minutes late, and so my apologies for the 2 minutes. And the meeting is adjourned, and I get to do this. There we go. I get to give you 2 minutes back.